statutory route for people like Ed to pursue legal action against a developer without bearing the full cost burden themselves?
Well, again, Mr Speaker, I'm really sorry to hear about Ed's situation. The Building Safety Act of 2022 protects qualifying leaseholders from uncapped costs relating to non-cladding remediation. Where remediation is not progressing, leaseholders can apply to the tribunal for a remediation order which can compel a relevant landlord to fix relevant defects in their buildings, as well as remediation contribution orders to require a developer to pay towards the cost of the remediation.
Sam Carley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At Fletton Keys in my constituency, managed by Gateway Properties, leasehold residents are reporting that service charges have increased by as much as 150% in the last 2 years. Faults in flats are under warranty and should be fixed by Western Homes, who built the property, but instead are being fixed by Gateway, who increased the service charge and have even been sending separate bills on top, I understand. I know the government's been keen to address these issues around high service charges and financial transparency for leaseholders, so can the Minister provide an update on that work?
Well, Mr Speaker, unjustified service charges are wholly unacceptable, and I would strongly recommend that the homeowners obtain legal advice on this issue. This may include from the Leasehold Advisory Service, who give free legal advice to leaseholders. Developers are typically responsible for rectifying defects within the first 2 years of the warranty period. Even if they don't make a warranty claim, they are still liable and should not pass charges on to leaseholders. Unreasonable service charges may be challenged at the first tier tribunal.
To swallow.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In the government's landmark Renters' Rights Bill, we're doing so much to address the inequities of the rental sector for constituents in Bracknell and across the country, including extending the right to being able to request a pet. As the government now turns our attention to reforming leasehold, my right honourable friend will know that many leaseholders are also blocked from having a pet because of a clause in their head lease. Will she look at what we can do to address this issue?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question. I know my honourable friend has spoken to the Housing Minister about this issue already and will continue these discussions. Pets, Mr Speaker, bring joy, as you well know, and happiness and comfort to their owners, as well as supporting their mental and physical well-being. We've strengthened the rights for private tenants to keep pets in the Renters' Rights Bill, and we will, of course, keep the position of leaseholders with pets under review.
Joshua Reynolds.
Speaker, leasehold residents of Marlborough House in Maidenhead found that their developer had entered liquidation, leaving £250,000 worth of outstanding Section 106 payments and massive defects in the development. These leaseholders are concerned that the authorities will be asking them for the S106 monies, and the costs of finishing the developments will fall on their shoulders. So, considering developers having poor track records with dozens of companies going into liquidation, can the Secretary of State confirm to us how we can strengthen leasehold legislation to ensure future leaseholders don't have the same issues that these at Marlborough House have had?
Well, Mr Speaker, it is frustrating when we hear situations like that. That's why our intention is to publish the draft Leasehold and Commonhold Reform Bill in the second half of this year, and I hope the honourable member will contribute to that to make sure that we can build on what the previous government brought forward. It did need extra work on that, as I mentioned in my opening statement, but hopefully we can start to deal with this issue so leaseholders have the protection that they deserve.
Tom Paul.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. At a recent surgery, I had a constituent bring to me the issue of leasehold issues that she's experiencing with her housing association. Despite paying considerable amounts of service charges, leaseholders have now been whacked with a £7,000 bill for improvements to the property's roof, with the expectation to pay within 30 days upon completion. There was limited consultation and leaseholders had no choice in who carried out the works. So what would the Secretary of State advise that my constituent should do?
Well, again, Mr Speaker, I think the consultation exercise that we're undertaking is about how we can deal with these such matters. So I hope the honourable member will work with us during this consultation period so that we can bring forward that draft legislation and get this matter right, because far too often we're hearing these stories time and time again, and we need to end this and fix it and protect those leaseholders.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister very much for the answers. Minister, the leaseholders system and the legal protection that everyone needs been exemplified in the debates in Westminster Hall and the debates that there's been in this chamber, and we know that, and I very much welcome the Government and the Minister's commitment to those changes for the future. Leasehold system is slightly different here than it is in Northern Ireland, I understand that, but the legal protections need to be the same. So can I ask the Minister this very simple question? Would the Minister discuss with the relevant Minister in Northern Ireland to ensure that what's going to happen here can happen for us in Northern Ireland and give us the same protection?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. He's absolutely right, Mr Speaker. We do work with the devolved nations, not just about what we can show what we're doing here, but what we can learn from them as well. And we've seen that the housing situation is not an England-only situation that we have across the UK, and we all need to learn from each other. And hopefully the reforms we're bringing through learns from the devolved nations, but also has some learning for them, and we can work lockstep together to protect people wherever they are in the United Kingdom.
Tulip State.
Question 2, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In June, we announced over £1 billion of investment to accelerate cladding remediation by giving social landlords the same access to government remediation schemes as that is afforded to private building owners. We will shortly publish revised guidelines on how to access this funding and a joint plan with social landlords and regulators to accelerate remediation and improve resident experience.
Can I thank the Minister and his department for pushing forward AWAB's law, which can't come soon enough, especially the 24-hour deadline for dealing with mould and damp, especially for my constituent Yasmin, who's been living in an unacceptable situation for 4 years now with very young children. But could I also say to the Minister that I have some very real concerns about housing associations and how ready they are to implement the regulations that are coming in very soon in October. This is something that I've raised with the National Housing Federation, but I would like to ask the Minister what assessment he's made of housing associations and its sector, that they will be able to fully comply with all the regulations coming in Award's law by October, so that we can ensure that all my constituents can be living in a safe and a healthy environment.
Okay, Minister.
Well, first of all, I say how sorry I am to hear that the Honourable Member's constituent Yasmin has been living in those conditions for so long. We've published draft guidance for social landlords to make sure they understand the requirements set under AWAB's law, and as she would expect, we're working very closely to support their operational readiness. It's why we took the phased approach that we did, but we're encouraging social landlords to act now, raise any concerns with us now, so we can consider how to best support them, and of course, in the meantime, they must meet their existing legal obligations.
Tim Farrell.
Mr Speaker, with regard to AWAB's law and the importance of it being enforced, there are homes in my constituency that are damp and are mouldy and are publicly owned, but not by housing associations, but by the Hospitals Trust, nursing accommodation for nurses and their families. Could he clarify to me and to them the remit of this law and of his power and control in this area, and would he urge all public sector landlords to make sure they comply with AWAB's law so our nurses can bring their families up in places that are safe and clean and decent?
Minister.
Well, I don't think it's any secret that me and the Right Honourable Member of the Deputy Prime Minister, the Housing Minister, are very hard on all our partners, but always the public sector to make sure they do their job. The Honourable Gentleman raises a very important specific concern. The Housing Minister will write to him on it.
Danny Beales.
3, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government's plan for change includes a hugely ambitious target of building 1.5 million new homes in England in this Parliament. In the 12 months we've been in office, we've taken decisive steps to boost housing supply, including overhauling the National Planning Policy Framework and introducing the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, which will further streamline the delivery of new homes as well as critical infrastructure.
Danny Beales.
Mr Speaker, it's welcome to have a government who believes in house building once again. I'd like to thank the Minister for his comments. When I speak to house builders, one of the issues they raise with me is the performance of the Building Safety Regulator. Shovel-ready projects that have planning permission are delayed at Gateway 2. Checks which should take a matter of weeks are taking months, if not years. So I'd like to ask the Minister what the Department are doing to performance manage the regulator to ensure it has the resources it needs, that we hold them to account and we get spades in the ground as soon as possible.
Minister.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, Mr Speaker, to draw attention to the operation of the Building Safety Regulator, which, while essential to upholding building safety standards, is causing delays in handling applications for building projects and impacting on new supply in London. I hope my honourable friend will take comfort not only from the £2 million the government allocated to the BSR in February, but also from the targeted package of reforms we announced last month, including the establishment of a new fast-track process to reduce delays and strengthen leadership and governance.
Sir Oliver Dowden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The government promised to increase housing delivery through grey belt, not green belt development. This was described as poor quality land, car parks and wasteland. However, since the new guidance has been published, Hertsmere has been inundated with applications that simply seek to rebrand existing green belt as grey belt. Now, the lack of clarity and inconsistent application of the rules means that such applications are hard to resist. Will the Minister therefore bring greater clarity and tighten the rules before large swathes of Radlett, Bushy, Shenley, Potters Bar and Borehamwood succumb to urban sprawl?
Minister.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for that question. He cited the planning practice guidance we issued, very clear definition in there and rules around grey belt. When it comes to plan making, there's a sequential approach that local authorities must take. And when it comes to decision making, applications outside of local plans, he will know that we've imposed very strict rules to ensure viability assessments are not used on those sites, and that where development comes forward and where it is judged to be appropriate by decision makers, by the planning inspectorate in cases of appeals, that those golden rules ensure that high levels of affordable housing, infrastructure and access to green space also comes forward.
I should decode it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the government's bold and ambitious plan to deliver more housing, especially affordable and social homes? In Wandsworth, with the council there are already delivering homes, but of the 800 homes in their plan, only 50 are accessible for wheelchairs. And so I'd like the Minister just to set out just how they are going to go about delivering more accessible homes, and will he agree to raising the default standard to the M42 standard of accessibility and adaptation, so that everybody can have the opportunity to live in a safe and accessible home?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for raising that point. I've got a vague memory of certain PQs asking much the same question. I would refer her to those answers. We do want to ensure that all people have accessible homes. We are considering the M42 standards and will make future announcements in due course as regards to the accessibility of new homes in general, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Maitland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the Minister has met with major house builders, what have they told him about the chances of hitting the government's targets of building 1.5 million new houses in this Parliament?
Minister.
Well, they express their confidence and their gratitude for the reforms that the government has carried out. I do think it's slightly peevish of the Right Honourable Lady, who stood on a manifesto which committed her party to 1.6 million homes, to say that our 1.5 million homes target is unachievable. And we hear from honourable members quite regularly, Mr. Speaker, that we're concreting over every inch of England at the same time that we can't meet our targets. We will meet that 1.5 million home target.
Senator Mr. Bolholmes.
Mr. Speaker, Lord knows who the Housing Minister is talking to, because time and time again developers have said he cannot achieve his 1.5 million homes, and as he knows, I have severe doubts about his ability to meet those unrealistic housing targets, and I suspect that we on this side of the House will be proven right. However, if he does succeed, the quality of new homes must be maintained. Therefore, will he do what the New Homes Quality Board are calling for, and that is mandatory membership for developers of all shapes and sizes, with an empowered ombudsman, so that home occupiers can be protected?
I thank the Shadow Minister for that question. He's absolutely right that when it comes to our extremely stretching, and we've never said anything other than that is the case, Mr. Speaker, 1.5 million new homes target, it's not a target that entails units at any cost. The design and quality of new homes and new places is incredibly important. He rightly cites the New Homes Code of Practice. We are giving consideration in the round to whether that can be strengthened, whether it, for example, needs to be put on a statutory footing. We do want to, in general, Mr. Speaker, absolutely drive up the quality of new homes and the places and communities we're creating.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Competition and Markets Authority recently found that major house builders were preventing and distorting competition by matching price levels and incentives to buyers. This further damages public confidence in house buying and will have pushed home ownership out of the reach of many people. So whilst the house builders have agreed to pay £100 million towards affordable housing schemes, what redress is available for the homeowners that have been misled, and how will the government achieve oversight of this funding to ensure the builders are held accountable, the additional homes are delivered, and there are effective disincentives to stop it happening again?
Well, the Honourable Lady draws the House's attention, Mr. Speaker, to an incredibly important point. The government is clear that the house building sector can only thrive when there is fair and open competition. Where this is found not to be the case, it is right that the CMA acts decisively, as they have done in this instance, by extracting £100 million for social and affordable housing from the 7 house builders investigated. We are taking action to fix our broken housing system, as I've said, by overhauling the planning system, addressing our dysfunctional land market, ending our over-reliance on a speculative model of development that produces suboptimal outcomes and constrains housing supply. In the case of the individuals affected, if she's got any evidence of any individuals being directly affected in the purchase of their home, I'd be very grateful if she could bring that to my attention.
Will Hobart.
Number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government believes it's right that students are disregarded from council tax. Where the only residents of a household are full-time students, the dwelling will be exempt. In the recently published Fair Funding Review 2.0, the government proposed to fully account for the impact of student exemptions in the distribution of the settlement.
Will Hobart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2013, my Bath Council received £31 million through the Revenue Support Grant. This year, it is just 1 million, or around 1 million. At the same time, students who are exempt from council tax are not being counted in that. Will he make sure that through the Fair Funding Review, this issue is urgently addressed, but also to make sure that councils like Bath are not entirely missing out on central government support?
Minister.
Thank you. Well, for the first time ever, the Fair Funding Review will do what it says on the tin, which is to make sure that all the component pressures that council faces for delivering public services and their ability to raise money at a local level will be taken into account. And actually, it is wrong that this Parliament can decide on national exemptions that council have to apply that limits their ability to raise council tax at a local level, but we don't account for that then in the distribution of funding that follows. For the first time, we will do that.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Liverpool is a university city. I have 3 universities in my Liverpool Riverside constituency. Liverpool City Council estimate to lose 9 million in a council tax revenue each year due to student exemptions. So can the Minister explain when and how these anomalies will be dealt with so the council doesn't lose this amount of funding every year?
Minister.
Well, we are out to consultation in the Fair Funding Review 2.0. We are welcoming members and local authorities and others to make contributions to that consultation. But at its heart, we want to make sure that we fully account for the ability of local area to raise income at a local level. And at a national level, there are 245,000 student-exempt dwellings and 77,000 halls of residence. It's quite right that when we're assessing how much council tax can be raised at a local level, we take that into account. In some cities, some towns, that would be quite material.
Patrick Hurley.
Number 5, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will take question 5 and 7 together. This government has increased funding for homelessness services by £233 million, bringing the total to nearly £1 billion. And the 2025 spending review protected this level of investment until 28-29 and provided 100 million of additional funding from the Transformation Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The number of people in the UK who have no recourse to public funds has significantly increased in recent years. Lots of these people end up falling through the cracks in the system, some of them perhaps rough sleeping, some of them engaged in antisocial behaviour. But the one thing they all have in common is that they don't have the support needed to regularise their lifestyle or the enforcement needed to remove them from their situation. So can the Minister outline the steps being taken to ensure that people with no recourse to public funds aren't left in this bureaucratic limbo that helps nobody?
Minister.
It's important that migrants coming to the UK should be able to maintain and accommodate themselves without recourse to public funds. We encourage councils to exhaust all options when working with people with restricted eligibility for public funds. The rough sleeping prevention and recovery grant funding can be used to help anyone, provided actions are within the law.
Dr. Rupert Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. London boroughs now spend £4 million a day on temporary accommodation, and while costs and rough sleeping have soared, central government subsidy has been frozen for 14 years, pushing councils to the brink of bankruptcy. Would my honourable friends agree with me it's time to lift the 2011 Tory cap so London councils get the support they need to make homelessness history?
Minister.
The Department for Work and Pensions keeps the level of housing benefit subsidy for temporary accommodation under review, and any future decisions will be informed by the government's wider housing ambitions, including tackling homelessness and the broader in the broader fiscal context. Our Fair Funding Review 2.0 consultation sets out our proposals to target money where it's most needed and will account for temporary accommodation costs.
Colin Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Homelessness is a huge issue in my constituency of Bristol and Woodstock, where some of the housing costs are amongst the highest in the country and people cannot find social and affordable housing. The business rates reset proposed under the Fair Funding Review would potentially lead to a 42% decrease in the net resources available to the Council. So can the Minister assure those living in Cherwell District Council that there will be support for homelessness protected as part of the Fair Funding Review?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman. He will be aware we inherited a homelessness crisis with record levels of people in temporary accommodation. Rough sleeping has gone up by 164% since 2010. The last Labour government cut homelessness, rough sleeping dramatically. We are investing to tackle the root causes of homelessness, and I look forward to working with him on those issues.
Shadow Minister Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Recent figures provided by Chain report that a record 13,231 people were sleeping rough in London, a 19% increase in a year since this government took office, and a 63% increase since Sadiq Khan took office as Mayor of London. What conversations has the Minister had with the Mayor of London to tackle this failure in leadership? And will she commit to eliminate rough sleeping by the end of this Parliament? Because after a year of their government, it's gone up.
Minister.
14 years. 14 years.
Can I gently remind the Minister that rough sleeping went up by 164% since 2010. It was cut by 2/3 by the last Labour government. Why doesn't he apologise for his party's record of 14 years of failure? We are taking action to tackle the root causes of rough sleeping and homelessness. He should apologise for the failures of his government.
Lisa Smart.
Question 6, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the honourable member. This government is committed to increasing participation in our democracy. We will give 16 and 17-year-olds the right to vote in all elections, giving them a say in shaping their future. Where we find barriers to participation, we will work with the electoral sector and other stakeholders to tackle them.
Lisa Smart.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of getting a robust grilling from 16 and 17-year-olds in my constituency from Aquinas Sixth Form College, and it left me filled with optimism and a real sense that our democracy is in good hands. But my worry, Mr. Speaker, is that these sixth formers and young people like them might lose their enthusiasm for our democracy and for voting because they feel that our first-past-the-post voting system leads to politicians taking a majority of the power on a minority of votes. With 40% of MPs, with over 40% of MPs being elected with under 40% of the votes cast in this constituency, does the Minister agree with her own government statement on why they're scrapping first-past-the-post for mayoral and PCC elections? And should we expect a different voting system when the Aquinas Sixth Formers vote at the next general election?
I'm grateful to the honourable lady for her question. Her party in government had the opportunity to introduce electoral reform. This government is focused on making sure young people are enfranchised, and I look forward to working with her to make sure that we deliver votes at 16 for young people in our country.
Chris Vance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recently visited some wonderfully politically engaged sixth formers at Sir Frederick Gibbard College in Harlow, including Luca and Finley, who shadowed some of my office staff last week. Would the Minister agree with me that giving 16 to 17-year-olds the vote will help build a lifelong habit of democratic engagement and participation?
Minister.
He is absolutely right. The evidence shows that young people participating in politics will positively affect them in their lifetime and increase participation. Young people will pay tax, can join the army at 16. It is right that they should have a say in how our country is governed.
Okay. Jogi.
Mr. Speaker, I'm question 10.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I will take questions 10 and 18 together. We are committed to improving how we assess need to ensure central government funding is distributed fairly to the places who need it most. We began at the last settlement with the £600 million recovery grant, and subject to the Fair Funding 2.0 consultation, our proposed reforms will mean that the most relatively deprived places will see larger increases in income than the least deprived places.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Newcastle Lyme is at the heart of our industrial heartland. In communities like Silverdale, Notton, Crossheath, we see higher levels of health inequality and lower levels of life expectancy than many wealthier areas. These communities were let down by those who went before us and left behind too. So will the Minister meet me so we can address how best to support industrial communities like mine in Newcastle Lyme so we can finally tackle this entrenched inequality?
Minister.
He makes a very fair point, and in a sense, there are two aspects here. One is making sure that places get the investment to genuinely realise their full potential, and we're on with that with a plan for communities that my fellow Minister is engaged in. But actually, that's got to be built on fair funding at the base of what the local authority does. Because there is nothing fair at all about a government who previously impoverished councils, sending many to the wire in the most deprived communities, and we are putting that right.
Dr. Maria Tidball.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Minister who has named Barnsley Local Authority in the £1.5 billion plan for neighbourhoods, and the spending review has confirmed neighbourhood level investment for 350 deprived communities. However, Chapeltown and High Green in my constituency have communities in the bottom 10% nationally in the indices of multiple deprivation, whilst Dodworth has a community within the bottom 20% nationally. These areas would benefit significantly from neighbourhood level investment, building my constituents' sense of pride in place. Will the Minister consider including these three communities amongst the 275 areas that are yet to be announced?
Minister, that's a good bit.
Well, I'm sure Minister Norris has heard those very diligent representations. Quite rightly, there are many parts of our country that have absolute talent and potential, but it's not being met by opportunity. And that's exactly what this fund is about. It's about making sure that every area has that seed investment to begin to rebuild, of course supported by fair funding for the local authority. And I would say actually what we can't underestimate is that for over 14 years of constant hits and constant attacks from the previous government, there is a reason why many communities had the resilience to stand up regardless of all that. And that's because the power of unity that they have, well now finally they have a government on their side.
Simon Orr.
Often hard to see because it is more sparsely spread across larger rural areas. But can I just remind the Minister of what I know he knows? The deprivation exists in our rural areas. And could I just urge that this does not become a north versus south, an urban versus rural, but the government and taxes are used to address deprivation wherever and whenever it arises, including my constituency of North Dorset.
Minister.
Well, we kind of thank the former Minister for those representations, and actually on the point of fair funding and really unpicking where the money is needed compared to the need. I think actually there's a lot of commonality here, and I would say a lot of commonality in the Chamber. We absolutely accept that in rural areas, the cost of service delivery in some cases is higher. Refuse collection, adult social care, home care visits, for instance. I think it's fairly common sense that if you have to travel further between picking up the bins or making that home care appointment, then it will cost more money as a result of that. But it's not the only thing that we need to take into account. We need to take into account deprivation, the ability of a council to raise that money at a local level, daytime visitor numbers where a council isn't getting a tax take from those visitors, but there is a public service take on the other side. And of course, importantly, the ability of a local authority to raise that tax at a local level to meet that demand. And it's government's job to act as an equaliser to the system.
Manera Wilson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is absolutely right that funding follows need, but could I gently urge the Minister to look at how the proposed new funding formula for local authorities affects boroughs across London, given that the new formula does not even take housing costs into consideration, and we know that housing costs in London are the biggest driver of poverty and deprivation.
Minister.
So obviously we are in a consultation now, so we are willing and ready to hear representations that are being made. But I would say there are many people, I'm not accusing the honourable member of doing this, but there are people who jump to conclusions based on some of the headlines that aren't supported by the evidence when we track where the money ultimately goes to. So all the matters that she rightly points out as being needed to be taken into account are taken into account. And actually, because we are including the consultation, the cost of temporary accommodation for the first time ever in the base formula, she will find that actually outer London boroughs in particular benefit from that, because so far they have been under appreciated for the cost of that pressure.
Harriet Cross.
Number 12, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll take questions 12 and 22 together. The Government strongly encourages broad community engagement in the planning process, and we want to see greater public participation in the development of local plans in particular. We're currently exploring new ways to increase and enhance community engagement in the planning process, including by improving access to planning data through its digitisation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Minister would agree that it's vital that local residents' concerns are properly listened to, especially when we're talking about major planning decisions. Having listened to many of my Gordon and Buchan constituencies in places like Newdeer, Kintore and Roughly Norman, who are facing huge amounts of energy infrastructure, I tabled an amendment to the Planning and Infrastructure Bill to create a statutory duty of consultation for infrastructure in Scotland. At committee, the responding minister argued against it, saying that the discretionary power for the Scottish Government was satisfactory. Can the Minister please explain why the Government believes that a discretionary power, which my constituents fear will simply be ignored, provides meaningful engagement that the statutory right I propose would not?
Minister.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. I can do no better, I think, Mr. Speaker, than to draw her attention to the extensive remarks I made in the Bill Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Toaster, when the DHL development was going through planning, over 1,100 residents submitted objections to the council. Thousands signed petitions. I, as their MP, spoke against on their behalf against the plans, and locally elected councillors voted 11-1 at the Strategic Planning Committee meeting against it, but it was ultimately approved on appeal. Residents naturally are losing faith in engaging in this system. Now, the Minister for Housing and Planning referred in a written question to there being a more democratically plan-led system, taking in larger numbers of voices. But in our case, how many more residents would need to be involved to have an impact?
Minister.
Well, I think if I followed the Honourable Lady's argument there, she's speaking about objections lodged to an individual planning application. We're making no changes to that process. Residents all over the country will still be able to object to any planning application that comes forward. We are making sensible changes to improve the certainty and speed at which planning decisions are going to be taken, a two-tier approach. There's a consultation that's live at the moment and she can input. But when it comes to local plans, I think a slightly separate issue, we are, as I said, Mr. Speaker, looking to encourage greater participation upstream. Local plans are the best means by which local communities can shape the development coming forward in their area.
Brash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Hartlepool, the Tees Valley Mayor's Development Corporation has removed planning powers from large swathes of the town from all democratic control. In turn, they then outsourced much of the planning function to a private company with no connection to Hartlepool. This is ruling out any community involvement. Will the Minister look at curbing the powers of development corporations so that planning remains in the hands of democratically elected politicians?
Minister.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that question. I note the concerns he raises in relation to the Tees Valley specifically. In general, Mr. Speaker, we are looking to streamline the powers given to development corporations. We took measures in the Planning and Infrastructure Bill to allow them, for example, to shape transport in areas where they come forward. But if he wants to write to me or to raise with my fellow ministers more specifics in that case that he mentioned, we'd be more than happy to take a look.
Shadow Minister David Simmons.
Mr. Speaker, community support is always vital for development, and with 95% of planning applications already decided by officials under delegated powers, it's clear that that democratic voice can be missing. Can the Minister tell the House why, in tandem with the devolution white paper, which envisages abolishing around 75% of councillors who represent their local residents on planning committees in England, these local communities don't deserve more of a say rather than less in the planning process?
Minister.
I thank the Shadow Minister for that question. We do want them to have more of a say, as I've said, particularly when it comes to the development of local plans, which, as I've said, are the best means for local communities to shape development in their areas. When it comes to the national scheme of delegation, which is the point he's really driving at, Mr. Speaker, he knows that as things stand, Every local authority across the country has its own scheme of delegation. There's a huge amount of variation there. There's good practice, there's bad practice. We think there's a very strong case, as we debated at great length in Bill Committee, for a national scheme of delegation to improve certainty and the speed of planning decisions. But he's more than welcome to respond to the consultation that's live at present.
Number 13, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're committed to investing across all 4 nations and are delivering regeneration funding to many communities across Scotland, including the Honourable Gentleman's. I've met with COSLA, who speak for Scottish local authorities, on a couple of occasions and really value their partnership and insight.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 20 million community regeneration partnership with Cúrlinn and Shea, the Western Isles Council, will help develop the marine economy of Vatershay and Barra, the cultural heritage of Eriskay and North Uist, and the road spinal route through the islands. It puts islanders in the driving seat using the muscle of the UK Government. Does the Minister agree with me that this is a template for other UK Government departments and their relationships with Scottish Council? And doesn't it stand in contrast with the Game of Thrones being played by the SNP Government, who hoard decision-making and money in Edinburgh?
Minister.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for his question and note the passion with which he speaks about his leadership is going to be crucial in the success of this project, and I think it speaks exactly to why we're taking the approach that we've taken. We need local communities in charge. They're the experts in their lives, they're the experts in what they need. They should be in the driving seat. So that's why we'll work with them on this project, and through our plans set out at the spending review, we'll be putting that at the heart of everything we do.
Julia Lopez.
Question number 14, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're committed to rejuvenating our high streets and town centres. This includes tackling empty shops through high street rental auctions. That includes legislating for a community right to buy to protect precious assets, and that's as set out a spending review, providing funding for up to 350 places to help communities drive forward the changes they want to see in their areas.
Thank you. I hear what the Minister is saying, but our high streets are under enormous pressure because of Labour's jobs tax and cuts to business rates relief. And then, as good tax-paying shops shut down, they then are being replaced by dodgy front businesses. To fight that in my constituency, Havering Trading Standards last week seized £17,000 worth of illicit goods from one shop in Upminster, and that was because of collaboration between council, the public police and me as the MP. This vital work is at risk because the government plans to shift council grant money away from the capital and up to places in the north of England. So can the Minister assure me that Labour is not, in the Mayor of London's words, planning to level down the capital by threatening resources to the councils here?
I can't accept the Honourable Lady's characterisation. I think if you look at the history, Mr. Speaker, of the 2010 to 2024 government, that pressure on local authorities, which we've heard across the House, was so hard-bearing, has meant that actually we saw trading standards winnow on the vine across the country, and in many places is down to single individuals, never mind single figures of people. We're very clear, my honourable friend's very clear, we're rebuilding local government, and hopefully we'll see lots more brilliant enforcement like we've seen in Havering.
Rachel Blake.
Mr. Speaker, not far from here on Whitehall and on Oxford Street we see the proliferation of Harry Potter shops which are not welcoming to our tourists and we don't believe are trading fairly. Will the Minister support me with encouraging HMRC to work with Westminster City Council that is doing great work in shutting these shops down to make sure that we can be creating that space for thriving high street businesses?
Well, I share entirely my honourable friend's view. We want to see thriving high streets. That means we want to see full-up shops, but we want to see shops trading fairly, properly, in a quality way, working with their staff well, being a good part of the community. And it is really important, exactly as the honourable member says, that when that isn't happening, she raises some very high-profile examples, action are taken, and we, of course, stand ready to support local authorities in whatever way we can.
John Slinger.
Question 15, please, Mr. Speaker.
Sarah Stay.
We announced a record £39 billion of investment into new social and affordable homes programme, Mr. Speaker, at the spending review, which will create around 300,000 new homes over 10 years. And earlier this month, we published a 5-step plan that sets out how we'll deliver the biggest increase in social housing in a generation to transform the safety and quality of social housing. My priority, Mr. Speaker, as Deputy Prime Minister, is to get more social rent homes built, and that's what this Labour government is delivering.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Planning authorities such as Rugby Borough Council are working hard to ensure that new housing developments contain as much affordable and social housing as possible. They work in partnership with housing developers, government bodies such as Home England and others to this end, although it's not always an easy process and often takes far too long. Could my right honourable friend outline how the Planning and Infrastructure Bill will enhance their work so that we can build as many high-quality, affordable and social homes as possible and ensure that more people, particularly young people, get the homes that they deserve?
Well, he's absolutely right, Mr Speaker. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill will unlock a new scale of housing and infrastructure delivery across all tenures to help build the 1.5 million homes in this Parliament. And we're also taking action in the bill to improve local decision-making by modernising planning committees and ensuring that planning departments are well resourced by allowing local planning authorities to set their own planning fees.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I ask the Deputy Prime Minister to please explain why her government will not set a target for provision of social housing? While I welcome the investment in the social and affordable homes programme that she set out, the reality is that that meets only 10% of the total number of new homes anticipated and only 10% of the current demand for social housing. If she believes that setting national targets, the 1.5 million, is important to drive change, why will she not set a target for social housing? Thank you.
So stay.
Well, Mr Speaker, the Government has not set an affordable housing target to date, but we continue to keep the matter under review. Accurately trying to forecast long-term delivery is inherently challenging, but we believe our new social and affordable homes programme could deliver around 300,000 social and affordable homes over its lifetime, with around 180,000 for social rent. Mr Speaker, the measures we've taken alongside the commitment for rent, etc., so that they've got this long-term programme hopefully will help with the supply, and I've made it categorically clear to the sector we want more social rent housing.
David Simmons, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. There's been a 66% reduction in new affordable housing starts in London under Mayor Khan. I note that Hillingdon are vigorously opposing the Conservative Council's plans for a new affordable housing site at Otterfield Road in Useley. So can I ask the Secretary of State, will she condemn the failings of these Labour politicians on housing in office? And will she acknowledge to the House that whether you are a homeless person, a rough sleeper or an aspirational first-time buyer, this government is failing those in housing need?
Well, Mr Speaker, I find it absolutely astonishing when year upon year they fail to meet their housing targets. The Mayor of London has welcomed the money through the Affordable Homes Programme. The amount of money we've given, we're permitted to increase rents by CPI +1. The consultation we're doing on rent conversion when the party opposite prevented social landlords from being able to raise the money to provide the social housing we desperately need. We're making the changes, Mr Speaker, to get social housing where they fail miserably.
Good evening, Moss. Minister.
Mr Speaker, the Government does not intend to abolish the right to buy, either nationally or by giving local areas discretion to do so. We want to ensure that council tenants who have lived in and paid rent on their social homes for many years can retain the opportunity to own their home. We are, however, progressing fundamental reform of the scheme to better protect much-needed social housing stock, boost council capacity and ensure more social homes are built than lost.
Good evening, Moss.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My Somerset councillor colleagues have for decades steadfastly protected and continued management of our stock of council houses, which has declined through right to buy from tens of thousands a number of years ago to only 6,000 now. Isn't it better to allow communities, and whilst welcoming the recent attention to this issue from the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister, isn't it time that communities could decide for themselves whether to sell off council houses at all?
Minister.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. As I say, while I respect him and his views, we have a principal difference of opinion on this matter. As I've made clear, it is the Government's considered view that long-standing council tenants should be able to buy the homes they've lived in for many years. I would hope, however, and he did recognise, that the right to buy reforms we have made and announced today, including reduced maximum cash discounts, allowing councils to retain 100% of receipts and exempting newly built social homes from the right to buy for 35 years, will create a fairer and more sustainable scheme.
Topicals, Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Question 1.
Sarah State.
Mr Speaker, I was pleased that the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill had its first reading last Thursday. This landmark bill will bring a radical reset to local government, deliver on our manifesto commitment to decentralise power and ignite regional growth with streamlined powers to mayors and speed up new homes and infrastructure, and it will empower communities to take back control of their beloved pubs and shops, Mr Speaker, helping local leaders deliver a decade of national renewal as promised in the Plan for Change.
Mr Speaker, myself and my Liberal Democrat colleagues welcome the provisions in the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill which recognise that first past the post is an unrepresentative electoral system. It's a welcome first step, even if we would prefer to see alternative voting for mayoral elections. But if the government is admitting that first past the post is not suitable for mayoral elections, why do they maintain that it's suitable for general elections?
Well, Mr Speaker, let me cover this point. Mayors serve many millions of people and manage multi-million-pound budgets, yet can be elected by just a fraction of the vote under recent changes by the previous government. This is despite the supplementary vote system working effectively for over a decade previously. And given large populations that regional mayors and PPCs represent far exceeds that of parliamentarians, we think this is the right approach.
Aldridge.
Hard work, not least by the Birnbeck Regeneration Trust. Restoring Western-super-Mayor's traditionally nationally important Birnbeck Pier is now at risk after the RNLI pulled out of the project, leaving a £5 million shortfall. Will the Minister outline how this government may be able to support, and will he meet with me urgently to discuss next steps to restore this vital part of my town's soul?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to recognise the efforts of the Birnbeck Regeneration Trust, and my honourable friend is a doughty campaigner for his community. We announced at the spending review support for 350 communities, and further details will follow on that, but I'd be delighted to meet with him to speak about Birnbeck in particular.
Kevin Holding-Rake, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The chair of the working group for anti-Muslim hatred and Islamophobia, Dominic Grieve, who was appointed by the Secretary of State, has a previously stated preference for a definition of Islamophobia that would shut down talk of religion in cases like the grooming gangs scandal. All other members of that committee, again appointed by the Secretary of State, are adherents of the Muslim faith. Does the Secretary of State not share our concerns that their report and recommendations will be seen as predetermined and biased?
Secretary of State.
No, Mr Speaker, I don't. And there's no blasphemy law in this country because the last Labour government got rid of it. For years, it was their party that kept it on the statute book. We will always protect free speech, including the right to criticise religions. But this kind of, incendiary language, Mr Speaker, is beneath the Shadow Secretary of State.
Kevin Holding-Rake.
Language, I was merely stating the facts. That's the reality. She was right in one regard. Freedom of speech is on the line. The current position is that the report will be for the government eyes only, and the decision on a definition will be taken in private. Would she at least commit to making the full report publicly available so it can be scrutinised by this House and elsewhere before a decision is taken?
Well, Mr Speaker, as set out in the terms of reference, the independent working group will submit their findings to ministers. We will then consider their recommendations and set out the next steps. I would urge the members to let the independent group get on with their work, and if he has views, feed them in as part of the call for evidence.
Mr Speaker, residents in parts of East Cleveland are rightly sick of unscrupulous landlords dumping individuals with serious criminal histories in our villages. So will the department support my call for the council to introduce selective licensing in the area, and what further support can they offer to help us take back control of our villages?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the government supports selective licensing as a tool to tackle the impact of poor housing management on local communities. The general approval we granted in December gives councils full powers to introduce schemes regardless of their size. My honourable friend's own authority will have heard loud and clear his call for them to consider doing so.
Vicky Slade, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I refer the House to my register of interest. This weekend was a fantastic economic boost for many seaside towns, but along with the visitors, towns like Poole and Bournemouth are blighted with illegal parking on roundabouts, across driveways and pavements. Minister Norris knows exactly what I'm about to say. 1,700 tickets issued and the most dangerous cars towed away and fines fixed for 20 years. Does the Minister believe that it is reasonable that council taxpayers should pick up the bill of up to £200 per towed away car for the sake of an illegal driver?
Well, it is incumbent on all of us to park with a degree of responsibility, particularly at peak times. It is, I have to say, the number one feature of my mailbag, I think, is it relates to parking. We have a consultation now opened as of last Friday on private parking. I'm interested to work with the Honourable Lady and indeed all members of the House to make sure we get that balance right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many from the Women and Equalities Committee to Miscarriage Association to Mylene Class have fought for miscarriage bereavement leave. Similarly, Can't Buy My Silence, the MP for Sheffield Heeley called for a ban on NDAs. Thanks to the Deputy Prime Minister's cross-departmental role, these protections will be delivered by Labour. How and when will they come into force?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud that the government is introducing life-changing measures that will make a real difference when people are at their most vulnerable. I want to personally thank the Honourable Lady for her courageously telling her own story, and my right honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Heeley, for her incredible and tenacious campaigning. The work that they've done will change lives for so many. We want to bring the benefits of these vital measures to people as soon as possible, and we'll be consulting on them in the coming months prior to the commencement.
Well, Mr. Speaker, home ownership feels increasingly out of reach for many first-time buyers, particularly young families who want to stay living in the beautiful Scottish borders. So what can the government do to ensure that house builders deliver more affordable, family-sized homes in all parts of the United Kingdom so that local people have the chance to own their home in their communities they were brought up?
The honourable gentleman will know, Mr. Speaker, that housing is a devolved matter. When it comes to affordability, we're not only taking steps, as I've set out, to significantly boost housing supply, but we are taking steps also to ensure that more first-time buyers can get access, not least through the permanent mortgage guarantee scheme that the Chancellor will add further details on in the Mansion House speech this week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The latest evidence shows that the gap between average wages and rent in my constituency of Poole is one of the widest in the country. Can the Minister explain how we will ensure that the new homes we build will be truly affordable and not subject to excessive rent increases?
Minister. I thank my honourable friend for that question. He will have noted, Mr. Speaker, the £39 billion allocated at the spending review to our new 10-year social and affordable homes programme, which, as the Deputy Prime Minister has made clear, we think will deliver around 300,000 affordable homes over its lifetime, with around 180,000 for social rent. You will also know that our Renters' Rights Bill includes provisions that will empower tenants to challenge unreasonable rent increases.
Speaker, two major reports, one from Shelter Cumming and one last week from Harriet Watt University, have exposed something I've observed myself in housing casework for many years as a councillor and MP, namely that people from some minority groups, even beyond the structural racism in society, experience worse outcomes and even direct discrimination from councils in regard to their access to housing. Will the Secretary of State commit to writing a formal written response to me on the recommendations in those reports in that aspect?
Yes, I'll do.
If the honourable lady wishes to write to me about that issue, I will certainly respond to her.
Ben Goldsborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Residents in Heather Gardens and Ketts Meadow in Heatherset have seen a 60% hike in fees from the residential management group, supposedly for playgrounds that are fenced off and just dust. What action will the government be taking to stop these rip-off practices and support my residents in South Norfolk?
Well, my honourable friend raises a matter that I know will be a concern to honourable members across the House, Mr. Speaker. It is precisely to protect residential freeholders in Heatherset and other freehold estates across the country from unfair charges that we will consult in the near future on how we implement the consumer protection provisions in the Leasehold and Freehold Reform Act 2024 relating to the payment of estate management charges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on that note, many of my constituents living on new freehold developments, such as Mortimer Park and Driffield, would like to see residents given the power to strip those unaccountable estate management firms of their responsibility for shared space and let the local authority adopt that land. Is it the government's intention to legislate to make that possible?
Well, the honourable gentleman draws the House's attention to a really important point when it comes to freehold estates, Mr. Speaker, and I direct his attention to the CMA's report on the matter if he wants to read further. There is a problem here, Mr. Speaker, that too many amenities and infrastructure aren't being delivered to common adoptable standards, and therefore many local authorities rightly say that they don't expect to pick up the tab for bringing those amenities up to the relevant standard and then maintaining them. We've got to tackle both issues as we look to end the prevalence of these freehold estate arrangements going forward.
Eddie Riddle-Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In Suffolk Coastal, the housing crisis is no less severe than other rural areas across the country. Constituents of mine are keen to see that future development builds in for nature. I wonder if the Minister will be able to comment on what plans the Government has to make sure that we do build in for nature, and specifically if he'll comment on the prospect of Swift bricks and if there's an appetite for support. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Swift brick coverage is increasing, we do want to drive up Swift brick installation. As I made clear at report stage of the Planning Infrastructure Bill, we're considering using a new suite of national policies for decision-making to require Swift bricks to be incorporated into new buildings unless there are compelling reasons that preclude their use or that would make them ineffective.
Lewis Cocky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister outline what new planning powers that could be provided to local councils to ensure my local communities in Broxbourne can say no to houses of multiple occupancy or HMOs where they are not wanted.
Minister.
Well, the honourable gentleman, who I've got great affection for, as it happens, Mr. Speaker, as we go through a tenure, and is a highly experienced former councillor, will know that local authorities already have Article 4 powers. But if he has evidence that those Article 4 powers are not proving effective, I'd really like to have more information on that particular subject.
We'll see you about it. Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In light of the Government's determination to bring prosperity to coalfield communities like Doncaster, does the Minister share my desire for the fast delivery of the Coalfield Regeneration Trust industrial projects, and also the importance of transferring any potential funds directly to the CRT so as not to delay any delivery with bureaucratic processes and bidding?
Minister.
Well, this Government is committed to investing in coalfield communities. I was very pleased to meet with my honourable friend and Mayor Ros Jones to talk about their exciting plans that we're investing in Doncaster. We're looking very, very closely at what the Coalfield Regeneration Trust has sent to us. It is, of course, a great legacy of the previous Labour government. We're committed to working with them, and as I say, we're looking very closely at what they've sent.
Gagan Mahindra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My constituent Ryan from Carpenter's Park wrote to me concerned about the lack of community spaces, especially alongside the government's housing targets. Will the Minister reassure the House that this government will be making sure there are community spaces to support any new housing developments?
Minister.
I'd say two things to the honourable gentleman, and he'll forgive me if he knows this already, but we did strengthen the provision for infrastructure in our recent changes to the National Planning Policy Framework. But beyond that, we do want to ensure that the existing system for developer contributions, where infrastructure and affordable housing comes through planning agreements, are strengthened so that local authorities can extract more public gain from that process.
Listen, you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Caton, a village in my constituency, could now become home to 2,500 new homes through the Government's New Homes Accelerator. To ensure this project's success, it's essential we deliver the appropriate infrastructure, such as GP services, proper drainage and roads, all of which have not accompanied previous developments. What steps is the Minister taking to develop a coastal strategy to ensure that new developments for coastal villages like Caton are delivered alongside the infrastructure?
Well, this government takes a similar interest in coastal communities, and as local growth minister, I work very closely with coastal authorities and have a significant eye on coastal communities. We do want to strengthen the system of developer contributions to make sure the new developments do provide that infrastructure, with further details to come. And of course, the changes my honourable friend talks about in the National Planning Policy Framework will support increased provision and modernisation of infrastructure. And with regards to south of Caton, the New Homes Accelerator is supporting the delivery of 2,500 homes.
Hard-working traders at Stockton's historic Shambles shopping centre were shocked to receive letters from Stockton's Labour Council telling them they were to be evicted and inviting them to a meeting with less than 24 hours' notice. I've been along to meet them. They are devastated, fearful for their futures and fearful for their livelihoods. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that councils should be backing small independent businesses, not making them homeless without alternatives?
Minister.
Well, he will know
that it's Labour councils who are leading the charge at a local level to regenerate local communities, to invest in local businesses, and the evidence is there, supported by the Plan for Communities, supported by the Community Right to Buy. There's a real effort here. On the particular issue he raises, clearly he hasn't given prior notice of that, but if he wants to follow it up in writing, we'll certainly look into it.
Chair of the Select Committee, Florence Session-Lum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon, actually, I visited Centrepoint, speaking with some young people in the self-contained flats, meeting with the staff who are working to support those young people. The Secretary of State will be aware that a coalition of 150 charities supporting young people are calling for a specific youth-focused section in the Ending Homelessness strategy. Estimate shows that it will save £8.5 billion a year. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that it's not only morally right but economically smart to have a youth-specific chapter in the new Ending Homelessness strategy?
Minister.
I commend my honourable friend for her work on this really important agenda. I met with the youth homelessness sector recently at a roundtable. We are determined to make sure that the concerns and interests of young people experiencing homelessness is integrated into our homelessness, Ending Homelessness report. And we are working with the sector to make sure that we tackle the root causes of youth homelessness.
George Babrinda.
Speaker, Eastbourne streets are being blighted by severely overgrown grass verges which attract litter, antisocial behaviour and crime. Will the Minister join me in urging Conservative-run East Sussex County Council to urgently get a grip of verge maintenance in Eastbourne to help make our grass great again?
Minister.
I think the real issue for most councillors is that the Liberal Democrats didn't make hay when the sun was shining in their coalition years. And let nobody forget in local government that the seeds of that erosion of local neighbourhood services were started in those coalition years when the Liberal Democrats more than ably abetted the Conservative government at the time.
So, Mr. Speaker, Cornwall is desperate to access the highest level of devolution, but because of our national minority status, Cornwall cannot and will not join a mayoral combined authority. Before this House is asked to vote on a devolution bill that discriminates against the people of Cornwall, will the Secretary of State meet with me and colleagues to discuss a Cornwall-only devolution deal?
Well, my honourable friend will know that we have put a significant amount of energy and time for the right reasons into meeting parliamentarians across the House for those local issues. And I can say absolutely we will meet, and it will be probably the 6th meeting that we've had with Cornish MPs on this issue. We absolutely understand and respect and investing in the Cornish identity, but we also need to make sure that the devolution agenda moves on at pace and that every part of England can realise its full potential, and I'm more than happy to meet on that basis.
Mr. Speaker, a new report from Crisis shows that only 2.6% of rental properties in my area of Leicester South are affordable to those on local housing allowance. This is a real terms cut as rent stores because the government has frozen the housing benefit until 2026. So can I ask the Secretary of State to explain how this freeze aligns with the government's aim of reducing homelessness, and will the government urgently review the cap so people can afford to keep a roof over their heads?
Minister.
I refer the honourable gentleman to my earlier answer, which is this government has invested nearly £1 billion to tackle homelessness and rough sleeping. And as the Secretary of State has pointed out, we're dealing with the root causes of homelessness. That means investing billions of pounds to ensure that there are some 300,000 social and affordable homes over the decade, so that we can get people into housing that's urgently needed.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, nearly 3,000 people across Stafford Borough were told at short notice that Homes Plus, one of our housing associations, is effectively scrapping the current housing waiting list. They also said that nearly 2,000 of them were no longer having a housing need, but haven't explained how they've come to this conclusion. Mr. Speaker, people are confused, angry and scared. Does the Minister agree with me that this is unacceptable, and will he meet with me to help me find a way forward for those who've been left in limbo?
I will happily meet with my honourable friend about that concerning development, and if she would also write to me with details in advance, that would be extremely useful.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my understanding that South Hams District Council is in an arguably more sound fiscal position than the neighbouring Plymouth City Council. So what can the Secretary of State say to reassure me that local government reorganisation will not mimic either a forced marriage or a bad marriage where the fiscally prudent bail out the other?
Well, obviously, we are in a statutory process now for local government reorganisation, and for Devon, they'll submit their final proposals to us by the end of November. We don't want to preempt those, so we won't say anything that will direct those, but I can assure the Honourable Member that there will be a consultation on the proposals that meet the threshold, and we'll hear back what local people say on that basis.
Dan Tomlinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that reducing deprivation is a cause close to all ministers' hearts. Can I ask what view ministers have on the extent to which high housing costs contribute to deprivation and should be taken account of when we consider funding for our local councils?
Minister.
Thank you. So we're in the consultation period for the Fair Funding Review 2.0 until the 15th of August. The issue that's been raised about housing costs being taken into account when we judge deprivation has been made by members, but I would encourage all members of the House and beyond to submit their responses to the consultation that's taking place.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Deputy Prime Minister guarantee that no Muslim Brotherhood affiliates will participate in the consultation on the definition of Islamophobia?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have the terms of reference and we have the consultation that's going on at the moment. I'm not going to provide a running commentary on the work of the independent group. The government has a non-engagement policy with MCB and that position hasn't changed.
Rachel Maskell.
Mr. Speaker, City of York Council is the lowest funded unitary authority, but under the Fair Funding Review we don't fare any better, and I wonder if first the Minister could extend the consultation guidelines. These are complex issues, but also meet with our council to look at the impact that it's going to have.
Minister.
First of all, can I thank her for the work that she's done to champion fair funding across local government and in particular for York. I absolutely understand the issues. The Fair Funding Review is meant to do two things. First of all, take into account the need, so the cost pressures that are driving local authorities set against the resource, so how much local authorities can raise in council tax at a local level. And it's the government's role to be the equaliser to make sure that every local authority can afford decent local services. But I absolutely take into account her representations.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reply to an earlier question, the Planning Minister said that he wanted to increase the number of people who engage in the preparation of local plans. But he will know that even if that number were doubled, it's still a small number of the local community. What the local community want is when actual applications are being considered that they are decided and determined by local authorities with minimal central input. Could the Minister guarantee that local authorities will continue to have that power?
Minister.
Well, under our proposals in the Planning Infrastructure Bill for a national scheme of delegation, it will still be local planning authorities that make recommendations and decisions. All that we are proposing, as the Honourable Gentleman will know if he looks at the consultation, is a two-tier system in which a set of minor applications go to expert local planning officers. A separate tier can go to planning committee where the chair of planning and the chief planning officer decide that's the case. But again, I encourage him to respond to the consultation.
Catherine Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are seeing massive investment in the regeneration of Derby City Centre, including the opening of a new entertainment venue and the reopening of our market hall, which is bursting with small and independent businesses. But regeneration also means ensuring that our city feels safe and welcoming and inclusive. So can the Minister tell us how their department is working with the Home Office to ensure that our cities and towns are thriving and safe?
Minister.
Well, the Honourable Lady is tempting a Nottingham Member of Parliament to say something nice about Derby, which is slightly challenging for my prospects when I go home on Thursday. But I do recognise the characterisation as she talks about the exciting plans for Derby ahead. And I also share exactly her point on policing. You can have the most vibrant community possible, but unless people feel safe, they won't participate. We are talking with the Home Office, and I tell her to watch this space.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Hurstpierpoint's former Methodist church received permission to be converted into flats. This was despite the parish council having registered it as an asset of community value and expressed their sincere wish to purchase it. Does the Minister think that the regulations for assets of community value are fit for purpose, and how can they be improved?
No, we don't, which is why in the bill as published last week we're planning to amend them.
Final question, Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The New Life for City Buildings project in Truro in my constituency is breathing new life into empty high street buildings and redeveloping them. I would love for the Minister to be able to see this for himself. Would he consider coming to Truro and attending our Growth Summit on the 18th of September?
I don't have my diary in front of me for the 18th of September, but I do owe the honourable lady a visit, and I will definitely make such a visit.
Marvellous. That completes questions. Let the front bench change over. Right, we come to the first statement, Secretary of State for Energy and Climate, Net Zero. Ed Miliband.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I would like to make a statement about the climate and nature crisis. On the day the Met Office publishes its State of the UK Climate Report 2024, the Environment Secretary and I want to share with the British people what we know about the scale of the crisis and explain the action we're taking in response. We intend this to become an annual statement to Parliament. Let me start by setting out what we know from the science. According to the World Meteorological Organization, the last decade has seen the 10 warmest years on record globally. And they say long-term global warming, assessed by a range of methods, is estimated to be 1.34 and 1.41 Celsius above pre-industrial levels. And last year was the first time we saw an individual year above 1.5 degrees. Today's Met Office report shows that in line with what is happening globally, the UK's climate is getting hotter and wetter with more extreme events. The Central England temperature series shows recent warmth has far exceeded any temperatures observed in at least 300 years. Over the last 50 years, the number of days above 28 degrees centigrade have doubled and above 30 degrees have trebled. This spring was the UK's warmest on record, beating the record broken last year. Meanwhile, warming oceans and melting ice sheets have contributed to sea levels around the UK rising by 13.4 centimetres over the past 3 decades, and this is accelerating. Mr. Speaker, the science is unequivocal about why this is happening. As the Met Office said this morning, and I quote, "This is not a natural variation in our climate. Human emissions of greenhouse gases are warming the atmosphere and changing the weather we experience." And Mr. Speaker, we know climate change and nature loss are fundamentally linked and contribute to each other. Globally, we are losing species at a much faster rate than at any time in human history. Here in Britain, a quarter of our mammals and nearly half of our bird species are currently at risk of extinction, with birds like starlings, turtle doves and grey partridges under threat. The abundance of species in England has fallen by an estimated third since 1970, and Britain has become one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. So, Mr. Speaker, the impacts of extreme weather and nature loss aren't simply a future threat to our country. They are already here and having impacts on our way of life. We know heavy rainfall made last year's harvest the second worst in at least 4 decades, costing farmers hundreds of millions of pounds. More than half of our best agricultural land and over 6 million properties in England are already at risk of flooding, according to the Environment Agency. According to the UK Health Security Agency, there were more than 10,000 excess deaths, 10,000 people losing their lives during English heat waves between 2020 and 2024. And as we know recently, rising temperatures place pressures on every aspect of our national life. We've seen this again over the last few days with incidents of wildfires from Surrey to Scotland, disruption due to trains overheating, and hosepipe bans announced in Yorkshire, Kent and Sussex. The climate crisis is also a massive threat to our economy. The OBR Fiscal Risks Report, published last week, says that the damage caused by climate impacts in a near 3 Celsius world is forecast to cut our GDP by 8% by the early 2070s, which will be roughly £200 billion based on current GDP. Mr. Speaker, these are uncomfortable, sobering facts. And we should make no mistake, We must act on the climate and nature crisis to protect our British way of life, because no sector or part of our society is immune from these risks. And unfortunately, all the evidence suggests this is just the start of the threat we face. As I say this, I want to particularly acknowledge today the anxieties many young people feel about these issues. My candid message to them is this: yes, there are real reasons to worry about the world you will inherit, but my message is also that we can do something about it. Every fraction of a degree of warming we prevent and every step we take to preserve nature helps limit the severity of impacts and protect our country from irreparable harm. And Mr. Speaker, it is our generations today which have a unique opportunity to act. Because unlike previous generations, we can see the evidence of the climate and nature crisis all around us. And yet we still have time to limit the worst effects. So the only answer is to reduce emissions, protect and restore nature, and adapt to the impacts that are now inevitable. Let me take these in turn. To those who doubt whether Britain can have any impact on the pathway of global emissions, the lesson of history is that we can. Before the Paris Climate Agreement was negotiated 10 years ago, the world was on course for 4 degrees centigrade of global warming. Now national commitments imply 2.6 degrees of warming, or global warming below 2 degrees if countries meet their full climate targets. We remain way off track from where we need to be as a world, but we in this country have helped make a difference across parties. In 2008, this House came together to pass the world's first Climate Change Act under a Labour government supported by Lord Cameron and the Conservative Party and parties across this House. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the power of our example, now nearly 60 countries in the world have similar legislation. In 2019, under Baroness May, the UK became the first major economy to legislate for net zero by 2050, supported by the Labour Party and parties across this House. Now in part thanks to the actions at COP26 in Glasgow, including the leadership of Lord Sharma as president of the COP, 80% of global GDP is covered by net zero commitments. In 2021, England became the first country to introduce a legal duty to halt species decline by 2030, led by Boris Johnson and supported by parties across this House. Now 196 countries are signed up to the Global Biodiversity Framework to halt and reverse nature loss. Mr. Speaker, the lesson is clear. The choices we make as a country have influenced the course of global action, and in doing so reduce the impact of the climate and nature crisis on future generations in Britain. To those who say Britain cannot make a difference, I say you are wrong. Stop talking our country down. British leadership matters. We also know that climate and nature action has huge potential upside, and not just for future generations. It has the potential for better lives today in energy security, lower bills, cleaner air, good jobs, better health and well-being, and improved access to nature. So this government believes in sticking to our traditions as a country of climate and nature leadership. Indeed, turning away now, at this moment of all moments, when the threat and opportunity are clearer than ever, would be the greatest dereliction of duty and betrayal of future generations. That is why one of the government's 5 missions is to achieve clean power by 2030 and accelerate to net zero across the economy. That's why at COP29 we announced a 1.5 degree aligned target for 2035 based on legislation passed under the last Conservative government. That's why we're driving forward on our commitments to protect 30% of our land and seas for nature and halt species loss by the end of the decade. Energy, climate and nature in the UK's history at the spending review, which will drive jobs across the country. And because the actions we need are not just about government, we're also determined to help communities take climate and nature action in their own areas, from driving the expansion of local and community-owned clean energy projects through Great British Energy to supporting mayors and local government to accelerate action. And at COP30 and beyond, We're determined to once again use the power of our example to work with others to uphold the objectives of the Paris Agreement, including with ambitious climate targets, action to accelerate the clean energy revolution, and protection of nature and forests. But, Mr. Speaker, as I have said, action on emissions is not enough on its own. We must also protect the British people from the impacts we already see and, sadly, the greater impacts we are likely to see in the future. This work, led by my right friend, the Environment Secretary, requires action across society, from homes and buildings to critical infrastructure to our natural environment. We are now delivering Britain's largest ever flood defence programme, investing £7.9 billion over the next decade in flood barriers and nature-based solutions like wetland restoration. This comes alongside pioneering local nature recovery strategies with measures like tree planting and peat restoration that deliver adaptation and nature recovery together. And in my department, as we drive forward on our plan to upgrade millions of homes, we've consulted on expanding the boiler upgrade scheme to include air-to-air heat pumps, which can offer cooling as well as heating. But, Mr. Speaker, I need to be candid with the House. We know this is just the beginning of the reckoning we need about how our country needs to adapt across all parts of society in the years to come. And this government is determined to put climate resilience at the heart of our decision-making. Mr. Speaker, let me close by saying that we've been at our best in this House when we've worked across parties on these issues. I want to thank the Honourable Member for South Cotswolds for introducing the Climate and Nature Bill, my honourable friends and members for Sheffield Hallam and Leeds Central and Headingley for our discussions earlier this year and the run-up to that bill, as well as the other co-sponsors who highlighted the need for today's statement. And let me take this opportunity to pay tribute to current and former members across the House for their tireless advocacy on climate and nature. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll end by saying this. The safety of our citizens, our natural world, the country we pass on, is not a Labour cause or a Conservative cause or that of any other party. It is a British cause. It is a cause of us all, and a cause that requires all of us to consider our responsibilities to the generations of today and the generations to come. And I commend this statement to the House.
Secretary of State Andrew Barr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is a rare pleasure to see the Secretary of State in his place at the dispatch box today, having turned down the opportunity to defend his Clean Power 2030 plan or the NISA report earlier this year. Maybe that's why we're getting a slightly longer than usual statement today, making up for missed opportunities. But, Mr. Speaker, we do welcome this report today, and it does make for interesting reading. I think we can all attest to the fact that in Britain today it is warmer than before. We all agree that the challenge of the changing climate is vast, one of many challenges facing the United Kingdom today. But I must tell the House, tell the right honourable gentleman, that ridiculous statements like that made this morning by the Environment Secretary labelling opponents of net zero as unpatriotic is frankly as offensive as it is risible and does nothing to advance the cause. I must also add mine and many others' growing sense of unease at the language emanating from those around the Net Zero Secretary, accusing anyone who dares question the policies or plans being worked on by his department as being deniers or being supportive of an end to our British way of life. We need to bring back a sense of rationality, of proportion to this debate, because out there, language like this is alienating more and more people from the important cause of ensuring that the planet we pass on to our children and theirs is in a better state than the one we inherited at the minute. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State calls this radical truth-telling, but I'm afraid he's not being honest with the British people about the impact of their plans on the climate, on bills, on jobs, and on the sacrifices that it demands. The Leader of the Opposition has been very clear. Chasing net zero by 2050 is unachievable without making the country worse off. That is the truth. Mr. Speaker, global warming is a global issue which we cannot face alone. The global climate challenge will not be solved by the UK alone, and it cannot be solved on the backs of British workers or British bill payers. Yes.
So we need to be careful on what we said. I think the suggestion was the Secretary of State wasn't honest. I think we're all honest members in here.
Mr. Speaker, and I apologise if I in any way insinuated the opposite. The United Kingdom accounts for less than 1% of global emissions. That is also the truth. In fact, Mr. Speaker, now I come to think of it, it is rather shameful that the Secretary of State should be using this report from the Met Office as cover, whilst ratcheting up the language, whilst increasing the shrill criticism of all those who question the department and its policies, all to distract from the fact that the plans mean that Britain will be poorer and that no one looking at how we are decarbonised could ever claim claim that this is a model to follow. We are proud to have been a world leader, but it isn't a race. You don't give way in a statement, but it isn't a race if nobody else is running. If we are leading the way, we need to make sure it is a path others will follow. We must decarbonise in a way that creates energy security and prosperity, rather than forcing industry abroad and impoverishing the British people. Why is that so hard for the party opposite to understand? Now, we see in the Met Office's report that the demand for cooling has approximately doubled, a strong case for introducing more air conditioning into homes, improving comfort and reducing the burden on the health system during heatwaves. So, whilst I welcome his commitment to expand the boiler upgrade scheme to include air-to-air heat pumps, which, as he says, offer cooling as well as heating, can I urge the Secretary of State to speak to the Mayor of London and get the ridiculous restrictions on air conditioning units in new builds in London removed? We must move away from this poverty mindset on reducing energy usage. Paying solar panels to switch off whilst refusing to absorb that excess to demand to cool homes is truly ridiculous. It's time to take the global scale and nature of this challenge seriously. Offshoring manufacturing like ceramics does not solve global warming, but it does make Britain poorer. It does make Brits unemployed. To build this government's 1.5 million new homes, we will be using more bricks than at any time since the Second World War. But thanks to this government, fewer than ever before will actually be made here in Britain. Perhaps on his recent visit to the People's Republic of China, whilst admiring their fast-paced build of new renewable generation and new nuclear, low-carbon energy on an unseen scale, he was able to reflect on the factors enabling this. The opening of 2 new coal-fired power stations every week, the cost of industrial energy in China less than a third of our domestic cost. We cannot innovate, manufacture, create growth and prosperity whilst energy costs are killing manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that this government's plans will drive up the underlying cost of energy to industry, and Britain will be paying the price. Only a year ago, Labour candidates were trotting out lines on how they would cut bills by £300. Since then, network charges, which account for 22% of an energy bill, have risen by over £100 as a result of the rush to build out the grid for new renewables. Cornwall Insights and independent energy analysts have called for the Secretary of State to be transparent about what the money is being spent on. The principal consultant urged the Secretary of State to be honest with the public about the impact of net zero policy costs on bills. Of course, a clean, secure and reliable power source does exist in nuclear, and whilst we do welcome the announcements a few weeks ago of the commitment to Sizewell C and the SMR programme, but the lack of ambition, the refusal to commit to a 3rd gigawatt scale reactor, preferably on Anglesey, the decision to decommission the UK stockpile of plutonium, the selection of only 1 small modular reactor technology and the refusal to repeat the 24 gigawatt ambition that we set out for nuclear industry is frustrating. We could do so much more. So will the Secretary of State commit to protecting Wilfer for a new gigawatt-scale reactor in the future? Mr. Speaker, it is indeed time for a policy of radical honesty. Global warming is a global challenge, and his plans will have a negligible or even negative impact on global emissions, I am afraid, driven sadly by ideology, not by practicalities of facing this challenge whilst growing the economy. We are telling the difficult truths. They are running from reality.
I mean, I'll be honest, Mr. Speaker, I just feel incredibly sad to listen to the honourable gentleman, and not in a good way. I mean, the trouble is, we're in a situation now where the Shadow Secretary of State goes into hiding when there's a statement about the climate crisis, because it's just too embarrassing to try and articulate the government's the opposition's position. And look, the central chasm at the heart of his response is that he and his colleagues have taken the decision to abandon 20 years of bipartisanship when it comes to climate. I said one of the great strides forward was Theresa May's net zero by 2050. Now he's trashing it and saying it was a disaster. And let's be honest, it is grossly irresponsible, because we're expected to believe that the reason that they're doing it is because they know 25 years in advance of that target that it can't be achieved. But they can't possibly know that. Indeed, the Climate Change Committee says exactly the opposite in their latest report. He says he's worried about costs, but actually all the evidence is delaying action costs more, not less. The CCC says net zero will cut energy bills and the costs of motoring. And then we don't even know whether they want a net zero target at all or no net zero target ever. And he said something about the other week about this isn't based, as I read his interviews with Care, in my spare time. He said something about it's not based on the science, net zero by 2050. He is absolutely wrong, because this is what the IPCC said, the international body, in model pathways with no or limited overshoot of 1.5 degrees, global net CO2 emissions decline by about 45% from 2010 levels by 2030, reaching net zero around 2050. The point is, net zero was a target that Theresa May adopted, driven by the science. So what are they? They are anti-science, they are anti-jobs, they are anti-energy security, and they are anti-future generations. And I have to say, I can't put it better than Theresa May, and he should be quiet because he used to work for her. I can't put it better than Theresa May, and this is what she said. Theresa May, she was a former Conservative Prime Minister just 5 years ago. Those of us who advocate accelerating our progress towards net zero emissions are labelled fanatics and zealots. Ironically, the name-calling often emanates from ideologues at the political extremes or from populists who offer only easy answers to complex questions. I couldn't put it better myself.
Chair of the Select Committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Look, Select Committees look at the evidence. We follow the evidence. We make recommendations on the evidence. What we've heard from the Secretary of State today is the evidence from the Met Office about the seriousness of the threat, the reality of the nature of the crisis, and the fact that this will only grow. The Shadow Minister actually missed something, because he needs to acknowledge the costs of not taking action, not just the costs of action. And the Secretary of State read them out. £200 billion, 8% of GDP if we get 3 degrees of warming, according to the OBR. So, Mr. Speaker, those opposing climate action in this place can see the evidence too. They can see that cheaper driving and home heating are already available to many people, and we should be making them available to as many people as possible. And those opposing climate action also know that switching to low-carbon electricity as much as we can and as fast as we can is how we make this country safer, by getting control of our energy generation and supply. So does the Secretary of State agree that the patriotic approach is to work together to cut emissions for financial, for security, for nature and for climate reasons?
I think my honourable friend puts it very well, Mr. Speaker. And look, I think one of the things that I have experienced over the last 20 years is that we haven't had a culture war on climate, because the Conservative Party and the Labour Party in particular chose to say this really matters. And I think my honourable friend puts it so well, which is the Conservative Party has abandoned its belief in climate action, apparently, at precisely the time when, as the CCC shows in Carbon Budget 7, for example, that actually this is the way to reduce costs for people. I make this other point today. I notice there are young people watching the public gallery and elsewhere. And what message do we send to them by saying, look, we just can't act on this? I mean, it is such a betrayal of future generations who have genuine anxiety about what world they're going to inherit from us.
Ross Savage, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Secretary of State, or indeed both Secretaries of State, for today's momentous statement, which I trust will be the first of many annual climate and nature statements. I also thank them for recognising the role of Zero Hour and the campaigners behind the Climate and Nature Bill, the private members' bill I'm proud to have brought to this House with cross-party support. I warmly welcome the move towards more joined-up thinking between DESNES and DEFRA, and also applaud the willingness of the government to work across the House, even if that willingness is not always reciprocated. However, this statement has missed a trick. The Secretary of State promised collaboration with campaigners, NGOs and communities. In reality, engagement so far has been very limited. If stakeholders had been involved, he might have acknowledged calls from the wildlife trusts and the RSPB to remove the threat to nature protection in the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, or the nature-friendly farming network's concern over the suspension of the sustainable farming incentive. He also told the Environmental Audit Committee that this would be a public participation issue, yet there was no consultation with the Climate and Nature Bill campaigners ahead of this statement. If we want to bring communities with us, we have to include them and listen to them. People across the country are already driving change in their communities, in schools, in farms and businesses to build a better, greener future. The government should be tapping into that great British human energy, to coin a phrase. Liberal Democrats are proud to be doing exactly that, with policies like an emergency home insulation programme, solar panels on every new build, investment in cheap renewable energy, support for community energy, local nature recovery strategies, and an extra £1 billion for nature-friendly farming. Because people need hope and a role in shaping the solutions. Despair is not a strategy and action is not optional. It is essential and urgent to protect our health, our economy and our national security. And so I ask again, when will the Secretary of State meet with me, with my fellow Liberal Democrats, Zero Hour and the environmental NGOs to create an annual climate and nature bill that is bold and ambitious, that brings transparency and hope and shows that the government is genuinely bridging the gap between policy and delivery?
Yes. Well, let me start off in the spirit of continued generosity in reiterating my praise for the Honourable Lady for bringing forward the bill, and indeed the zero-hour campaigners who I have met in a previous incarnation of mine, you know, their role over a long period in pushing forward the bill has been important. Very happy to meet her and the campaigners. And indeed, this is going to be, as she knows, this is going to be a continuing process, as I discussed with her, and you know, happy to take forward those discussions. Let me just address the substantive point she made about climate and nature, because I think it is important. Look, what this government is striving to do is to build the low carbon energy infrastructure we need in a way that is nature positive. And if you look at, for example, the Nature Recovery Fund that we are putting in place, it's absolutely about doing that. Now, look, I know that, you know, some people don't agree with that approach, but we're trying to do two things here, which is build the clean energy infrastructure that is required to get us off fossil fuels, which I know she wants to see, and at the same time protect and restore nature, and I'm convinced that we can do that. I think the point I would end on, I just urge her to think, you know, if we're going to fulfill our net zero ambitions, and these are stretching targets, we do have to build this infrastructure. And I say to all members of the House, the easy thing is to say no, but the right thing to do is very often to say yes to the energy infrastructure we need.
Billings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this statement today, and particularly the importance that my right honourable friend has emphasised about how climate change and nature loss are fundamentally linked and contribute to each other. I'd also like to remind the House that after the National Health Service, the thing that this country loves most is its natural environment. Yeah. And understanding the vital role that nature itself plays in tackling climate change will be absolutely vital in the years ahead. I would like to particularly refer to the importance of salt marsh. I talk quite often with my honourable friend for the Western Isles about the importance of peatland, but also salt marsh is vital as a climate valuable habitat. Will my right honourable friend confirm that in the light of what he's been talking about today, that we will have a proper integrated energy spatial plan, national planning policy framework and the land use framework so that those climate valuable habitats are properly protected?
My honourable friend speaks with great authority and indeed conviction on these subjects, and she's absolutely right about the role of nature. I would also add, I'll come to her question in a second, but I would also add the biggest threat to nature that we face is indeed the climate crisis. And the figures I read out from scientific authorities show the scale of the threat that's already there to our countryside. And as I said in my statement, the threat is only going to get worse. On the land use framework, We're currently, I think, having been consulting on this, and we're going to come up with a final document later on this year. But she makes an absolutely crucial point about the need for coordination of the land use framework, the strategic spatial energy plan, which together mean that we use our land in a sensible way and that we build the energy infrastructure we need.
I agree with the Secretary of State that it is very important that other countries follow our example. And can he tell us, of the 5 countries which are the worst emitters of greenhouse gases, emitting over 50% in total, namely USA, Russia, Brazil, India, and of course China, how many of them have adopted similar legislation, and what hope does he have that those 5 in particular will follow our example?
Well, he asked a good question. Let me give him 3 examples of those 5. India has a target of 500 gigawatts of renewables by 2030 and a net zero 2070 target. China now has nearly half of the world's renewable capacity. It's committed to peaking its emissions before 2030, and they have a net zero 2060 target. But of course, I want them to do more. And Brazil has set out an ambitious NDC. So I think it's right that he asked this question. And I think I'm right in saying that as of March 2025, fossil fuels accounted for less than 50% of electricity generation in the US. So, you know, look, not every country is going at the same pace, but I think if you look across the world, and you know, there are countries that are more sceptical, but if you look across the world, there has just been a decisive shift over. I was Climate Change Secretary in 2008 to 2010. Net zero wasn't even talked about. I mean, there has been a transformation in the extent to which countries are taking this seriously.
Can I just say, I really do want to get everybody in, so I need a lot of help from the front bench to speed things up. I'm sure he wants to do that. And a good example would be Toby Perkins, Chair of the Audit Committee.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. I share the Secretary of State's despair that the consensus in these matters appears to be dissipating. Does he agree with me that that is incredibly damaging for investment in this sector? Because what investors really need to see is that whoever is in government, whatever happens in elections, that they have a government that is committed to this agenda. And further to that, does he also agree that it's completely wrong to say that Britain is the only country that's taking this serious? In fact, countries like China are absolutely leading the way in investing in technologies that are needed, and we need to be catching up, making sure everyone knows Britain's open for business in this sector.
My honourable friend, who speaks with such expertise on these matters, is 100% right. The biggest enemy of investment is uncertainty. That's why I appeal to all parties to, stick to the law that we have legislated for in this country to give that certainty.
Seamus Logan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise not to call the Secretary of State an eco-warrior, as some members of this House are so keen on doing from time to time. In fact, when he describes the scale of the climate and nature emergency, I agree with him. But the fact of the matter is, and I don't want to spoil the cross-party support here, but the fact of the matter is that when in opposition, the Labour Party promised an investment of £28 billion in the just and green transition. So will he now apologise to the people of Scotland, no, the voters in Scotland, for reneging on that promise?
What I will say to the people of Scotland is that for years people have talked about the Acorn carbon capture and storage project, and it is happening because of a Labour government. We've got a publicly owned energy company, Great British Energy. We've got our clean industry bonus. This is the government that is actually delivering for the people of Scotland and across the UK.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the Secretary of State's statement, not least because as someone outside this House before I was elected was calling for such a measure under the previous Conservative government. I think it's a really important thing to be doing. Not least because I think it underscores the government's approach to clean energy and wider climate action to tackle and mitigate those many climate impacts that many of us are already seeing. We've just come off the back of 3 heat waves, to lower bills, strengthen our economy, and yes, in a patriotic way, ensure our national security. But does he, like me, I think he echoed in his statement, lament the loss of that cross-party consensus. The Conservative leader says net zero is impossible. The Deputy Leader of Reform says climate science is garbage. One denies urgency, the other denies reality, and both deny the evidence from the Met Office, climate scientists, and indeed the experience of their own constituents. So does he agree with me that when young people and future generations ask who stood in the way of their precious inheritance of cleaner air, local green space, it will be the Conservatives and Reform?
Please, I need you to help me to get colleagues in. All colleagues from both sides want to get in this, otherwise it's not going to happen. Secretary of State.
That bit was great, though. My honourable friend is like so right about this, and it's not where the British people are. The British people want action on climate. They don't want a culture war. And, you know, frankly, wherever you live in the country, you want to pass on a livable country to your kids and your grandkids.
Very across.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those of us who advocate for the North Sea oil and gas sector are not climate change deniers, but we are realists who understand that we will need oil and gas for years to come, but replacing our domestic supply with imports has 4 times the carbon intensity, that in a global context, China emits in 10 days what we do in a year, and that we will not transition to a cleaner energy if we make ourselves poorer. So while I recognise today's report, does the Secretary of State accept that increasing our relative use of imported gas will only make us more carbon intensive in the future?
Got to get our use of imported gas down, and that's why we've got to build the clean energy infrastructure. The point is, this is what the Conservative Party just don't seem to understand. If they go around the country opposing our clean energy infrastructure, it keeps us stuck on fossil fuels for longer, and look where that took us, the worst cost of living crisis in generations.
Lydia.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State will know that my constituency, more than most, knows what it means to host clean energy infrastructure. However, the failure of the cross-party consensus is giving rise to quite a lot of concern in my area because we are facing job losses at LOR Prax. Can the Secretary of State please give some reassurance to those hundreds of workers that are facing a very uncertain time that this is not as a result of a move towards clean energy, but is as a result of mismanagement by the owners of that company?
My honourable friend speaks about an important issue, and I am deeply concerned for those workers and their families. And there are serious questions to answer about the running of that company and how it ended up in this state. That's why I wrote on the day that the insolvency happened to the Insolvency Service to ask to look into this matter, because I think those workers have been badly let down by the company.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, nobody knows better than farmers the reality of climate change and the importance of tackling it immediately. It is bizarre that their expertise has been ignored by people. We should stand with them. Extreme weather conditions are a threat to animal welfare, to agricultural productivity and to farm business survival. We desperately need a food security strategy. We only produce 55% of the food we eat already in this country. So how will he help our farmers to be resilient against the twin threats of drought and flooding?
Well, the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman, speaks with sort of great expertise on this matter, partly because of his local constituency. I think he's absolutely right about the threat to farmers' livelihoods, which I talked about in my statement, from the climate crisis, and the need for food security. I know it's something that my right honourable friend takes incredibly seriously, and indeed the whole land use framework is partly making sure that we have the land we need for our food security.
I want to thank my right honourable friend for this statement. I've waited 14 years for it, and I look forward to the next 14 years of it being given to this House. One of the key drivers of climate change, of course, is deforestation. One of the key drivers of deforestation is cattle ranching and soy production. And one of the key drivers of cattle ranching and soy production is the City of London finance, which is used to bankroll what is happening. What restrictions can he bring in against the financial designs of the city to make sure that we are stopping this at source?
Well, my honourable friend raises an important issue about the potential role of the City of London, and I think also the potential positive role of the City of London. One of the things that we are consulting on at the moment is transition plans, mandatory transition plans for large companies and financial institutions, including in the City of London, precisely so that we can make sure that the investment goes in the right places.
Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the Secretary of State's statement, including on the importance of Britain showing leadership and of us rebuilding cross-party consensus. But even if we haven't quite got cross-party consensus on the need for transition to a green economy, does he agree that the fact that we've seen hundreds of deaths just in London in the second heat wave of the year, the fact that our farmers are facing the driest start to the year in my lifetime, the fact that people around the country have suffered from floods in recent years, does he agree that the need for us to show resilience in the face of a changing climate cannot be a political football? And if so, would he support a sixth government mission on ensuring that we're protecting the British public from the changes in the climate?
Well, look, on the last bit, it's very much part of our mission to, as we tackle net zero, to do what he says. I think the first part of his question is very, very important, though, which is, you know, when I listen to some folks in this House, you know, we see it all around us. I mean, it's not like we're gazing into a crystal ball because some set of boffins have told us that something bad might happen in the future. It's happening now. I mean, the idea that we're a country with wildfires in Surrey and in Scotland, I mean, if you'd said that 15 years ago, people would have said you're mad. And there's no way that's going to happen. We're not going to have wildfires in Britain, he'd have said. So I think the honourable gentleman speaks very well about something very, very important. We need to look at with our own eyes at what is happening.
Ruth Cadbury. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I also very much welcome the Energy Secretary's statement today. Madam Deputy Speaker, adequate EV charging infrastructure, depot charging and onshore power for shipping are all critical to the government's net zero challenge. Businesses and providers across the transport sector making investment decisions now need a route map. So what steps is the Energy Secretary making to prioritise grid connections, and will he commit to reforming the grid queuing system so that projects essential to decarbonise our transport sector are brought forward more quickly?
Well, my honourable friend speaks about a very important subject. We are dealing with the zombies, the grid zombies, the zombie queue, and that reordering of the queue is precisely designed to open up the queue to projects like the ones she talked about, and my honourable friend, the Energy Minister, is having a series of roundtables with DFT on precisely this subject.
Esther McVeigh.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State has said that he wants to tell some hard truths. So can he tell the House directly, without spin and waffle and without dodging answering these questions, how much in cash terms would it cost the UK to get to net zero? Who would pay the cost, and how much would the UK getting to net zero reduce global temperatures by?
All of these details are set out in the Climate Change Committee report, which you can look for herself at the carbon budget in carbon budget 7. They are set out. They are set out, and actually the cost of getting to net zero have been coming down, actually, because when I set the 80% target, actually the costs of getting there, according to the Climate Change Committee, were actually higher than they are now to get to net zero. But I just make this point gently to her. The costs of inaction are much greater than the costs of action.
Henry Tufnell.
Deputy Speaker, and can I commend the Secretary of State for his statement?
Yeah.
And I share his view that we have a responsibility for generations to come, and that my constituents want to be part of that just transition. So can I ask the Secretary of State that he is also committed to that just transition that protects jobs and prevents decarbonisation through deindustrialisation?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right about this, and we've got to make sure that as we take this journey, we do everything we can to protect existing industries and workers and give them the smooth transition. And the way we do that is by ensuring that we have levers through government to intervene to make that happen, whether that is Great British Energy or the National Wealth Fund or our Clean Industries bonus to create the jobs of the future. If I can give the example of the North Sea, 70,000 jobs have been lost in the North Sea in less than a decade because it's a declining basin. The answer has got to be to create those jobs of the future, and that's what this government is determined to do.
Callum Miller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The impact of climate change is being felt today in my constituency of Bicester and Woodstock. At Pegtop Farm, they are racing to bring in the harvest after such a dry, hot spring when they expect yields to be less than half what they would normally be. On the 23rd and 24th of September last year, we had extensive surface flooding, which flooded many homes at the time. So can the Secretary of State set out what share of the flood defence budget will deal with surface rather than river flooding? And how would he characterise the relevant responsibilities of national and local governments, developers, water companies, insurers and householders?
Well, he asked a complex question. I think I might volunteer my right honourable friend to write to him so that I get it right. But it's something I know because he was whispering to me the answer. It's something he takes very seriously.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the Secretary of State, not just for his statement today, but his continued commitment to tackling the climate and nature crisis facing us. He said it was something that we must all tackle together, and there is a huge part of our communities, the faith communities, that want to do exactly that. So while we welcome Great British Energy's rollout of solar panels on hospitals and on schools, could he outline any support for religious buildings that also want to do the same?
Hear, hear.
So following the successful rollout to schools and hospitals, we've now got a lot of requests to expand this scheme, and I'm very enthusiastic about doing so, and it's something we're looking at.
Sir Bernard Jenkin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just say to the Secretary of State, I'm as passionate as he is about achieving net zero across the world and about the declining species in our natural environment. But that can't be the only thing we worry about, because I don't know whether the Secretary of State's had time to read the Fiscal Risks and Sustainability report produced last week, which shows that achieving net zero will, and I quote, at 21% of GDP is the cost of the public exchequer of that. And we know that there's an argument going on inside the government and inside the Labour Party about this very issue, and it's a question of balancing the risks, because if the government runs out of money because it's overspending, there won't be any money to spend on reversing climate change.
I have read the report, and the bit he didn't mention is it says that if we end up in a 3-degree world, we add 56% of GDP to net debt. That is the cost of inaction. You see, this is the point. Nick Stern did a report, Lord Stern did a report in the 2000s, which said the costs of inaction are greater than the costs of action. And this OBR fiscal risks report sets out very clearly. We lose 8% of our GDP by 2070 if we don't act. And so, of course, there is a cost to acting, and they say there are different scenarios for public investment, private investment, from acting. But the evidence in that report could not be clearer about the costs of inaction, and they're far greater than the costs of action.
Joe Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I was privileged to host a net zero roundtable in my constituency. Many from a wide variety of political backgrounds who were all appalled to see net zero become a political football and part of an ongoing culture war on the right. So will the Secretary of State join me in recognising the important work of organisations like Comes Off Net Zero, like the North Tyne Climate Action Group, in bringing together widespread support for net zero, putting it into our communities and embedding it across the body politic?
Well, my honourable friend is a great champion for Hexham, and it's with great pleasure that I recognise the role of these groups. And he and I have talked on a number of occasions about the importance of climate action to so many of his constituents, and I look forward to working with him on these issues in the months ahead.
Tulip Sadiq. Oh, sorry.
Last week, 20 of my constituents from Hampstead and Highgate came from the Climate Coalition, Mothers Climate Action Network, Our Grandchildren's Climate, the Hampstead Neighbourhood Forum and the Camden Fixing Factory to see me, and they were very clear that COP30 is a pivotal moment to restore momentum on tackling climate change, but also to tackle the misinformation which is on the rise not just online but in mainstream political parties. So could I ask the Secretary of State, What leadership is the UK showing at COP30 to ensure that we tackle this misinformation? But more importantly, what is he doing to ensure that powerful international partners who may not be on the same page as us when it comes to climate change is coming along with us on this journey, because it's only collective action which is going to solve this very serious crisis?
Well, my honourable friend speaks with great expertise on these issues and passion, and she's absolutely right about this. This is about what we do to engage with other countries. We had an environment dialogue with the Chinese minister a couple of weeks ago in London. I engaged with the Chinese, India, Brazil, all of them absolutely key. Brazil obviously is host of COP30. She's right that COP30 is a crucial moment where we show that we are continuing to take action, and that's what we're determined to do.
Simon Hall.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a sponsor of the Climate and Nature Bill, I welcome the Secretary of State's statement this afternoon. He's right to highlight that it's a national crisis, and many of us across the House are, I think, right to point out that it cannot be ignored and that inaction has too great a cost in doing so. But he will be aware that costs are politicising this issue for many people in this country. There's legislation before the House currently with regards to pensions and where they and how they invest. Can he assure the House that he is talking to Treasury and local government ministers to ensure that the maximum amount from those pension funds, particularly but not exclusively the local government pension fund, can be invested in those green energy projects? It will widen the investment base and therefore hopefully will reduce costs, depoliticising the issue and seeing the greening of our energy generation that we all want to see.
Well, look, can I warmly thank the honourable gentleman for his contribution. Can I thank him for his sponsorship of the Climate and Nature Bill? He is the voice of good sense. I hope that isn't the sort of kiss of death. He's the voice of good sense on the Conservative benches. He raises a really, really important issue about pensions and pension investments, and it's one I'll take up.
Can I just say I really want to get all members in this afternoon, so can we have shorter questions and answers, please? Jacob Collier.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the Secretary of State's statement and also the fact that my local hospital will have solar panels on it thanks to this Labour government. That's thousands that are going to be saved that can go directly back to frontline services. What more can he do to ensure that public buildings like hospitals and prisons have these solar panels fitted so we can lower costs but also contribute to our climate goals?
My honourable friend is completely right about this, and it's a scheme we want to expand. It's been incredibly successful, and it's a no-brainer, using these natural resources of the sun to cut energy bills and release money for frontline services.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The statement from the Energy Secretary sounded like a desperate attempt to save his own job. But he's right. The British people do need protecting. They need protecting from the Energy Secretary, because businesses that I visit every single week say that his madcap ideas are killing growth, killing business and killing jobs. But I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt if he can answer one simple question, which he's already refused to answer. By how much will the Earth's temperature be reduced by if the UK became net zero tomorrow? Simple question.
And the answer, which he just doesn't want to accept, is this. If he just listens, the answer is this: I believe in British leadership. I believe in Britain's ability to make a difference. And the truth is, when we, as I said in my statement, when we passed the Climate Change Act, 60 countries followed. When we legislated for net zero, many other countries followed. He talks Britain down. I believe in Britain.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank God there's somebody in this chamber trying to actually save the planet. But actually, net zero makes good common sense for lots of our constituents when they recognise this is not just about climate security, and those of us who faced floods in our constituency know how expensive those are. It's also about national security and the cost of living. Moving towards sustainable electricity would put both Rosebank and Putin out of business. But the Secretary of State will know, on current plans, bill players will be wasting £8 billion a year switching off wind farms by 2030 if we don't take action. How can we stop this transfer of wealth from citizens to corporations so that we can invest in community energy?
Honourable friend is absolutely right about this. We inherited a shocking state of the infrastructure, the failure to build the grid infrastructure. The best thing we can do is accelerate that grid infrastructure. If we can do that, we can reduce those constraint payments, and I look forward to support from all parts of the House for this.
Munira Wilson. Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State rightly says that British leadership matters and that the choices we make as a country will have an impact on future generations. I don't doubt his personal commitment to tackling climate change and delivering net zero. But is he really sure that all his cabinet colleagues, not least the Chancellor of the Exchequer, are on the same page as him, given her unwavering commitment to expanding not just Heathrow, but Gatwick, Luton, City and Stansted, despite the advice and concerns of the Climate Change Committee?
Yes, I can tell her that we've never had a Chancellor of the Exchequer so committed to these issues, because we had the biggest investment in clean, homegrown energy in our history in the recent spending review.
Andrew Lewin.
Madam Deputy Speaker, Welwyn Hatfield stands to be a big beneficiary of the Social Housing Warm Homes Plan. They won a grant of £6 million, which means hundreds of homes are going to be upgraded, retrofitted, which sees bills coming down and emissions coming down. Now, our colleagues from Reform have a flair for language, and they talk about net stupid zero. I'm interested to know what my right honourable friend thinks and what language he would use to describe a party that is opposing a policy that will cut emissions and cut bills for people living in council homes in my community.
Well, look, we're just advocating for common sense here. Why not use the natural resources that we have to have warmer homes for people and cut emissions? I think they're the extremists, frankly.
Sammy Wilson.
The real driver, of course, behind this statement today is the fact that the Minister is losing the argument with his colleagues who are now challenging the impact of his policies on economic growth. He's trying to cover up for the costs, which the OBR revealed last week at £30 billion per year, £800 billion over the period. Businesses are struggling under power bills that are making them bankrupt, and consumers are resisting the net zero demands to fly less, eat less meat and buy cars that they don't want. As a minister, does he not see a connection between the anxiety he talks about with young people and the disgraceful scare tactics he has made today, all to enable him to say that Britain is taking the lead? All I can say to the minister is this: if Britain's taking the lead since the Paris Agreement, emissions have gone up by 30%. He might be leading, but he doesn't have too many followers.
Well said. Well, the honourable gentleman and I have been arguing about these issues for about 20 years, so I think I'm unlikely to persuade him. Normally we have good-natured discussions about this. I have to say to him, the idea that this is scaremongering, I mean, when we see with our own eyes what is happening, as the honourable gentleman sitting in front of him said earlier on in this statement, we see it with our own eyes. And I have to say, what he is doing and what he's advocating for would be a total betrayal, not just actually of future generations, but today's generations.
Alex Sobel.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to say that the Secretary of State has been a global leader in this space for 20 years. We talked about we all know about the Climate Change Act, but at COP15 in Copenhagen, without his intervention, the world would not have agreed. The world would be on a worse trajectory today on the climate without his singular intervention. I think the whole House needs to hear that. Looking forward to COP30 in Belém. We all know that now we need significant afforestation and the repairing of the world's ecosystems, whether that's peat bogs or permafrost or seagrass. What is his plan for leading in that space at COP30?
Well, my honourable friend is very kind. If I'm frank with him, when I met with a group of young people earlier on today, I felt a sense of responsibility that no country is yet doing enough on these issues, and we need to do more because they are fearful about the world they will inherit, and they look to government to show leadership. On the issue he mentions, it's very, very important, and we will make sure that we make it absolutely part of our agenda at COP30.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hosepipe bans rightly anger my constituents in mid-Sussex,
And it frustrates them and me because it speaks to decades of failure to put in place the provisions that will prepare us for a changing climate that is livable for our children. How can people be expected to support large-scale house building that those same children will need when our water companies fail to fix the leaks, pollute our rivers, and too often fail to even provide clean drinking water?
Yes.
Well, the Honourable Lady raises a really important issue. My right honourable friend has commissioned a review of the whole system of regulation of the water companies. It's also the case we haven't built a new reservoir in Britain. I think I'm right in saying for 30 years. We have plans for 9 new reservoirs as part of answering the issue she raises.
Alistair Strathern.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I had the real pleasure of visiting York Road Nursery School in my constituency this morning to celebrate with them their securing of Green Flag Eco School status, with distinction, no less. Now, as well as a really quite sobering reminder of my inability to hold the attention of 4-year-olds for very long, it was also quite a powerful reminder of the future generations who will bear the brunt of our failure to take this crisis seriously. But the truth is we don't have to look to the future to see some of the costs now. Whether it's my local farmers or those hit by flooding, we're already feeling pain in Hitchin because of the failure to take climate change and the nature crisis seriously and tackle it head on. Yeah. So what assurance can the Secretary of State give my constituents that we won't be shying away, that we're tackling climate change at source, and we'll also be investing in some of the nature-led mitigations needed to tackle the issues we're already facing right across our towns and villages? Yeah.
Let me congratulate my honourable friend's school on what they're doing in their green flag status, which is really important. It shows that local action can really make a difference. And then globally, I can give him the assurance he seeks. And you know, what's so important, and I do say this to members across the House, people look to Britain. People look to Britain and people say, you know, are you going to lead? Are you going to show the power of example? Because that's what we've done over 20 years under governments of both parties. We need to keep doing it.
Yeah. Claire Nosmedi.
Climate change is a huge threat to food security. In 2018, losses in the Welsh livestock sector due to extreme weather was £175 million, equivalent to 9% of the total Welsh agricultural output. Farmers need support to protect their livestock and crops. Will the Secretary of State listen to the concerns from the farming unions about the removal of the ring fence for Welsh agricultural funding, given this could mean less money for climate adaptation at a time when it's needed most to safeguard food security?
I believe that the Honourable Lady raises an issue which is essentially devolved funding, and this funding is going to be devolved. But on the wider issue she raises about the costs that people are facing and farmers are facing, I think this is so important because we're not talking about theoretical events and we're not talking about theoretical future costs. They're actually here now, and farmers are facing those costs, and she's right to draw attention to it.
Where is he writing?
Deputy Speaker, when I speak to young people in Kettering, in fact when I'm having conversations with my friends, they tell me that they are worried about the future of the world we've inherited. So with that in mind, the climate delay rhetoric coming from the Tories and Reform is both deeply irresponsible and actually really disappointing. Yep. Can the Secretary of State outline, with that in mind, that it's only by working with urgency and action that my constituents will see restoration of our natural world and a world that we can pass on to the next generation?
I would say incredibly well, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, this is an obligation that we owe to young people. We hold the planet in trust for future generations. And the young people of today, you know, they speak for themselves, but they speak for future generations. And frankly, we owe it to them to act when the evidence is before our eyes.
Sarah Dyke. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Met Office report and the Climate Change Committee made it clear that we're unprepared for climate change, with progress on food security and nature restoration either insufficient or limited. The Lang Partnership in Curry Rival have proudly championed regenerative farming and nature-friendly farming methods now for over 30 years. So what discussions has he had with his colleagues in DEFRA to ensure that farmers like the Langs can farm productively, sustainably and are resilient to a climate crisis?
Well, I congratulate the Honourable Lady's constituents on what they are doing to find sort of regenerative ways of doing farming. And I know it's something that my right honourable friend, the Environment Secretary, takes incredibly seriously. And we have structures in place that can help incentivise that. But look, I think he would say that, of course, we need to do more on these issues. And I think she put it very eloquently.
Rachel Maskell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for making such a pertinent statement when the planet's in such a critical condition, and also for his leadership domestically and globally. The Bio Yorkshire project will create 4,000 jobs, seeing that green transition, but also ensuring that we've got future agriculture at the highest level of science. Will he ensure that this government, unlike the last, fund that sufficiently so that we can really see that transition in farming, but also in other climate mitigating science?
I mean, it sounds like an incredibly exciting project, and I congratulate my honourable friend for raising it. And I think this is, in a way, on all sides of the House, or a number of sides of the House, you can hear the fantastic examples of what local people are doing. And in a sense, I think that should be our inspiration. Government is trying to do its bit, but local people in communities across Britain are doing theirs as well.
Sean Davis.
Tackling climate change is a top topic amongst children and young people when I visit schools and colleges across Telford. Switching to renewables is a top topic amongst employers. He wants to reduce the cost of supply to their energy. And renewable companies tell me about the fantastic well-paid jobs that are available. Climate security, environment security and energy security is national security. Does my right honourable friend have a single reason as to why this is not a key mission to rebuild Britain and protect our planet for generations to come?
Secretary of State.
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think this emphasis that he makes on national security is so important. You know, our exposure to fossil fuel markets controlled by petrostates and dictators leaves us frankly exposed. That's what the last government did. This is an energy security issue, it's a national security issue, and that's why we need clean, homegrown power.
Deirdre Costigan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the Secretary of State has outlined, the climate crisis is also a nature crisis, especially in nature-depleted cities like London. In recognition of this, Ealing's Labour Council has imaginative plans for a new regional park from Horsenden Hill in the north to Warren Farm in my constituency of Ealing Southall, creating new habitats, wetlands and rewilded areas. So does the Secretary of State agree that this government's new Nature Recovery Fund could help support initiatives like Ealing's Regional Park, and that, in contrast to the piecemeal approach of the previous government, the fund will allow a more strategic and effective approach to restoring our natural environment?
Secretary of State.
I think my honourable friend is right about this, and actually if we think about the recent hot weather, access to green spaces is like a massive issue, and it's a massive issue of inequality, because in certain parts of the country people have that access, and in certain parts of the country they don't. And I think the project that my honourable friend talks about sounds incredibly important.
Tom Collins.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for establishing this on the agenda and raising it. Nothing could be more existential or vital than tackling our climate and nature crises. We live within the natural system, not outside it. We and nature are in this together, and so nothing could be more important or better to build as the foundation of how we shape our communities and our economy into the future. Industry understands this, and I've had the chance to convene industry to bring ideas forward such as diversification of technologies we support and the build-out of a strategic national clean energy reserve. Would the Secretary of State meet with me to discuss these ideas that are coming from industry?
Secretary of State.
Well, definitely we look forward to discussing those ideas, and I think he's absolutely right about the interlocking nature of both the climate and nature crisis and climate and nature solutions. Both of them go together. There are big economic opportunities from them, and he is a great champion of them.
Anna Gelder.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Secretary of State agree that rural and coastal communities are on the front line of the climate and nature crisis, and that investment in clean energy, in nature recovery and in resilient infrastructure is not only essential for protecting areas like South East Cornwall, but also for unlocking new jobs, strengthening my local economy and ensuring our future national security?
Well, my honourable friend was a fantastic champion of these issues in her previous incarnation, and she is a fantastic champion of them in her current incarnation as well. And I know, her constituency and the work she is doing is absolutely about what she's talking about, and I couldn't agree with her more.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rugby Borough Council and Warwickshire Wildlife Trust are hosting a Nature in Focus event this Sunday, and they're partnering together to buy trees for farmers to plant. And in December 2024, my right honourable friend joined me to visit the urban and civic-led Halton development, where we saw Francis Jackson Homes fitting air source heat pumps to their new build homes. We talked of our hope to go further, So does my right honourable friend agree that through the Future Homes Standard, which ensures that the vast majority of new builds will have solar panels, we are showing that a Labour government and indeed Labour-led councils actually believe in the concept of government and in taking responsibility, and that we can actually change things for the better for future generations?
I wish him luck with the event on Sunday, which sounds important, and he's absolutely right about this. The whole Warm Homes plan for millions of people is about cutting their energy bills, creating warmer homes and cutting emissions, and they go together.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Met Office report today says that we need to put in place a highly localised network of rain gauges, as extreme rainfall can be very dangerous. In July 2021, Stockbridge in my Edinburgh North and Leith constituency faced flooding after a torrential downpour one afternoon following several days of soaring temperatures. A network of rain gauges will help analyse the impact of climate change, but also help communities such as Stockbridge prepare. Can my right honourable friend outline what plans the government has in this regard?
State.
Well, it sounds like a very, very important recommendation that my honourable friend draws attention to. And in fact, as somebody whose constituency saw 2 once-in-a-100-year flooding events within about a decade, I know from local experience how serious these issues are. I'm glad she's drawn my attention to this recommendation, and we will look carefully at it.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this government's focus on the urgency of the climate crisis, and I know that many climate activists in my constituency of Edinburgh East and Musselburgh will as well, because the evidence is unequivocal. Only sustained reductions in greenhouse gases will slow global warming, and the only way to do that is to accelerate the transition to net zero. So will the Secretary of State commit to staying resolute in the face of opposition on the commitment to net zero? And does he agree with me that as the first country to industrialise, the UK has a special responsibility to show global leadership in this area?
I think my honourable friend puts it incredibly well. As the Prime Minister says, action on clean energy and net zero is in the DNA of this government. You know, I was in government last time. Now we have a Prime Minister and a Chancellor who are more supportive of this agenda, who've moved it from the margins to the mainstream compared to anyone else before.
Dixon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's statement, and particularly his encouragement for members right across this House to support the government's efforts to reach net zero by 2050, and indeed any future government who maintains that commitment. Does the Secretary of State therefore agree with me that the announcement by the newly elected Reform County Council in Kent to axe all investments in net zero is not only a betrayal of my constituents in Dartford, of residents right across Kent, but particularly young people who deserve to inherit a sustainable planet?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. I wasn't aware of this announcement, but it sounds like it's anti-jobs, it's making people poorer, and it's a betrayal of future generations.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for his really important statement to say, and can I say to him really gently, I was a Miller fan before it was cool. When I visit schools in my constituency of Harlow, including the wonderful Freshwaters Primary School I visited on Friday, and the Downs School, where one young child asked me about the declining number of blackbirds, the number one issue that students raise is climate change. What would the Secretary of State say to young people in Harlow about the action he has taken to protect my constituents who will face the cost of inaction themselves?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his kind words. Not quite sure how to deal with them. It's a tough one. Look, on reassuring his constituents in Harlow, I think it's been so interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, hearing people across this House talk about these issues and their own constituents and the strong feelings there are. I'd say to young people in Harlow and people across Harlow, look, this is a government absolutely committed on these issues. We are determined to ensure that they inherit a livable planet.
And I thank the Secretary of State for his statement this afternoon. I'm going to allow a couple of moments for the front benches to change over. We now come to a statement on UK-France migration cooperation. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
And with permission, I'll make a statement to update the House on the new joint action between the UK and France to tackle dangerous small boat crossings which undermine both UK and French border security, which put lives at risk in the Channel, which fuel organised crime, and which cause disorder and damage both here in the UK and in France. The new agreement reached at the summit last week means stronger partnership working with source and transit countries to prevent illegal migration, stronger law enforcement action against criminal and smuggler and trafficking gangs who profit from this trade in human lives, action to strengthen the border itself along the French coast and in the Channel, a groundbreaking new returns agreement so that for the first time people arriving on small boats can be sent back to France, and stronger action here in the UK to stop illegal working and tackle long-term system failures which are exploited by criminal gangs to encourage people to travel to the UK. I hope the whole House will welcome each of these important steps. Global instability continues to drive irregular and illegal migration towards Europe and towards the UK, and it is exploited and encouraged by criminal gangs who seek to make maximum profit from human misery and insecurity. And that means France faces challenges too, with over 150,000 people claiming asylum there in 2024. The most serious aspect we face is the dangerous small boat crossings that undermine our border security and put lives at risk. Before 2018, we barely saw anyone try to cross by boat, but in the years that followed, a major criminal industry was allowed to grow and take deep hold along our border. In the space of just 5 years, the number of small boat crossings increased more than 100-fold, from less than 400 in 2018 to over 40,000 by 2023, weakening border security and badly damaging public trust in the state's ability to manage border control. For too long, Britain's response has been underpowered and ineffective, and so too has the cooperation across Europe, letting criminal gangs get away with it and leaving the asylum system in chaos. The coordinated work across Europe has been far too weak, and so too has been the work between the UK and our nearest neighbours for far too long. As we have set out before, smuggler and trafficking gangs make their money by operating across borders, so governments need to cooperate across borders to take them down. And in the system we inherited for years, that had not happened. So securing UK borders is a fundamental part of the Prime Minister's plan for change, and that is why we're building the foundations of a new international approach, working with countries across Europe and beyond to strengthen and secure our borders, to prevent dangerous and illegal boat crossings and stop criminal gangs who are putting lives at risk. So let me take each in turn. First, upstream cooperation. Much stronger joint action is needed with source and transit countries to prevent dangerous journeys in the first place. So we've strengthened the key partnerships with the G7 and Calais group and have established a new joint upstream working group with France, chaired by the Border Security Commander and the Minister for Interior's Special Representative on Migration, to be able to target action with source and transit countries, including on prevention campaigns, law enforcement and returns. And for example, we're working jointly with the government of Iraq and the Kurdish regional government to tackle the Iraqi Kurdish smuggler gangs who stretch their operations between Iraq and northern France and the UK. Second, extending that stronger law enforcement action against the criminal gangs. Already, we have introduced the Border Security and Asylum and Immigration Bill to introduce counter-terrorism-style powers on people smuggling. We've established the Border Security Command to mobilise UK agencies and funded extra specialist NCA intelligence and investigations officers, including staff stationed across Europe and in Europol. We brought together representatives from over 50 countries and international organisations at the Border Security Summit earlier this year. And in comparison to the year before, we have increased disruptions against more high-end, high-harm targets by nearly a quarter, closed twice as many social media accounts, 18,000 social media accounts used by smugglers to sell boat crossings are now down, and increased the cost for gangs of boat and engine packages being delivered to northern France, hitting their business model. All the work done by the National Crime Agency this year. And now we're going further with additional recruitment of NCA officers and, crucially, a new specialist intelligence and judicial police unit in Dunkirk to speed up the arrest and prosecution of smugglers in France. Third, strengthening the border itself. French actions have prevented 496 boat crossings this year, but 385 boats have crossed. And criminal gangs are operating new tactics, increasing the overcrowding of boats so that more people arrive and loading them in shallow waters, exploiting the French rules that mean their authorities have not been able to intervene in the water. Those tactics have driven the appalling scenes, with people clambering onto crowded boats in shallow waters, disgraceful violence from gang members towards the French police and towards migrants, and people crushed to death in the middle of these overcrowded boats. We cannot stand for this. And that is why the new action agreed with France includes establishing a new French compagnie de marche of specialist enforcement officers with stronger public order powers to address increases in violence on French beaches and prevent boat launches before they reach the water, providing training for additional drone pilots to intercept boat launches, and crucially, supporting the Maritime Review, the new review instigated by the French Interior Minister, so that they can intervene more effectively, pursuing what last week's declaration describes as a novel and innovative approaches to intercept boats and enhanced maritime cooperation to ensure we adapt as the criminal gangs change their approach. Meanwhile, we're changing our domestic law in the Border Security Bill to criminalise those who endanger people's lives at sea, so we can more easily prosecute those who crowd onto overcrowded boats and put other people's lives at risk. Action in both French and UK waters. Fourth, new innovative approaches to returns. Already since the election, we have increased international returns for those with no right to be in the UK. But until now, we have not been able to return people who have travelled by these dangerous and illegal boat crossings to other safe countries that they have travelled through. Previous governments tried to achieve this, indeed even promised it, but never secured an agreement to do so. Under the groundbreaking agreement announced by the Prime Minister and President Macron last week, individuals who arrive in the UK by small boat can for the first time be readmitted to France. This is the right thing to do and is also an important step towards undermining the business model of the organised crime groups behind these crossings. So we've agreed to establish a safe reciprocal exchange mechanism for individuals in France who apply with appropriate documentation to be transferred to the UK subject to clear eligibility criteria and stringent security checks. Transfers to the UK under the new route will match the number readmitted to France on a one-for-one basis. Further details of this scheme will be set out in the immigration rules once final arrangements are in place. And this innovative agreement means people who undertake illegal, dangerous journeys to the UK, putting their own and other people's lives at risk and paying money to fuel an entire criminal industry, being returned to France, where the boats set off from. And in return, we will take people who apply lawfully, who pass security checks, with priority given to those who have a connection with the UK, those who are most likely to be refugees or are most vulnerable to smuggler gangs. So yes, this is the right thing to do, establishing a principle that whilst the UK will always be ready to play its part alongside other countries in helping those fleeing persecution and conflict, we believe this should be done through a controlled and managed legal way, not through dangerous, illegal, uncontrolled or criminal routes. And it's also the first step to undermining the promises made by criminal gangs when they tell people that if they travel to the UK, they cannot be returned to the continent. Now they can be. And we will develop the pilot step by step and trial different approaches as part of it, varying the numbers and seeking the most effective ways to undermine the gangs, to reduce boat crossings, and also to help France deal with the problems that they face in the Calais region. The Prime Minister and French President set out their expectation that this will be operationalised in the coming weeks. Fifth, we will take stronger action on illegal working and asylum failures here in the UK, because for far too long it has been too easy for people to work illegally in the UK and for employers to exploit them, undercutting responsible businesses. Already, we have increased illegal working raids and arrests by 50% since the election. Already, we have more than tripled the value of employer penalties issued to over £89 million. And we've launched a new surge in enforcement linked to the gig economy, with changes to the law in the Borders Bill to compel companies to conduct proper checks on the right to work. And we will also bring forward further reforms to the asylum system to prevent its operation being exploited either by gangs to encourage travel to the UK or for people here illegally to find unfair ways to stay. So we need to be part of the global response to irregular and illegal migration, not separate from it. Working in partnership, not just shouting and pointing at the sea. Everyone knows that there is no single silver bullet to tackle illegal migration and dangerous boat crossings. And it takes time to unpick the deep roots that gangs have put down and to build the foundations of a new cross-border approach. But that is what we're determined to do. Stronger borders, stronger law enforcement in France and in the UK, increasing returns, and building the foundations of a new long-term approach where countries cooperate to prevent illegal migration and to ensure that there is sanctuary for genuine refugees. No one should be making these dangerous boat journeys which undermine our border security and put lives at risk. That is why this cooperation between the UK and France is so important, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. The Home Secretary comes here today sounding rather pleased with herself. I'm afraid she has no reason to. A year ago, she promised to smash the gangs. She said again and again that was her plan. Indeed, it was her only plan. Yet today, there is no mention of what was once her favourite catchphrase. That is because her claim to smash the gangs has become a joke, an embarrassment to her and to the government. Now, we warned that law enforcement alone would not be enough. So did the National Crime Agency. But she didn't listen. And what then happened? The 12 months following July the 5th last year have been the worst such period in history for small boat crossings. 44,359, up 40% year on year. The first 13 days of July this month have also been the worst in history. 2,510 in less than 2 weeks, up 213% year on year. And this calendar year so far has been the worst in history as well, up 57% on last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, she is setting records, just all the wrong ones. These boat crossings are now the worst ever. Does she accept that she has lost control of our borders and she is failing in her most basic duty to protect the United Kingdom? Now, she says she has a new deal with France. Yet President Macron says this needs EU agreement. Is this true? Does it need EU agreement? And if so, have they provided it? And a deal must of course involve an agreed number. Yet when the Home Secretary is asked, she is unable to say what numbers are involved. Will she now come clean and tell Parliament what number, if any, has been agreed? And if there is no agreement with the EU and no agreed number as part of this deal, then there is no deal at all, just vacuous spin. Now, the only number we have seen reported is just 50 illegal immigrants a week. This was put to the Prime Minister last Thursday, and he did not deny it. Now, 50 a week represents only 6% of illegal arrivals, meaning 94% could stay. Does she seriously think that allowing 94% of illegal immigrants to stay will be any kind of deterrent? Her claim to smash the gangs was a gimmick, and so is her 6% returns deal. The truth is this: the only way to fix this is to remove every single illegal arrival as soon as they get here, without judicial process, either to their country of origin or to a third country. That would be a real deterrent. We saw this approach work in Australia about 10 years ago. And such a scheme, I'm glad the Honourable Member mentions that, such a scheme for the UK was ready to start in July of last year. The previous government had done all of the legal and logistical work needed. All she had to do was press go. But she and the Prime Minister cancelled it just days before it was due to start, and as a result, we now see record numbers crossing. Will she now admit she made a terrible mistake, and will she now start a proper 100% removals deterrent? Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the damage done by illegal immigration at this scale is immense. Far from closing asylum hotels as they promised, there are now nearly 3,000 more people in asylum hotels than at the time of the last election. And I have personally witnessed rampant illegal working from the very hotels that she runs. I saw Deliveroo, Uber Eats and Just Eat bikes in the compound of an asylum hotel whose residents have no right to work. Will she at least commit today to ending illegal working from the very hotels that she runs? And we see reports of migrants based in hotels being charged with serious crimes, including rape and sexual assaults on women and children. Louise Casey has warned that a significant proportion of sexual offences are committed by those seeking asylum. Cases like 29-year-old Afghan Sadiq Nikzad, convicted of raping a 15-year-old girl. His defence counsel claimed he did not understand this was wrong due to cultural differences. This madness has to stop. The Home Secretary cancelled a proper deterrent plan just days before it was due to start. Her claim to smash the gangs lies in tatters. She has presided over the highest number of illegal small boat crossings in history. Will she now apologise to the House and to the country for her appalling failure?
Home Secretary.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Shadow Home Secretary just wants to pretend that the last 8 years never happened.
It's the worst ever now.
He knows that this crisis, this small boats chaos, went on for 340 weeks under the Tories. A period in which, when he was Immigration Minister, overall migration near trebled and small boat crossings increased tenfold when he was the Immigration Minister in charge. And during the 340 weeks that the Tories were in charge when this happened, 128,000 people crossed the Channel. How many were returned to France? 0. How many were sent to Rwanda? Well, he said himself it was 0 because he didn't even want to count the 4 volunteers. And, he keeps saying, that somehow it was ready to start. If it had been ready to start, they wouldn't have called the election. They would have actually introduced the scheme that in fact had been running for more than 2 years at the cost of £700 million with just 4 volunteers sent. I can also tell him that since the election, this government has returned over 35,000 people who have no right to be here, and that is a 24% increase in enforced returns compared to the last year that his party was in charge. It is a 28% increase in failed asylum returns compared to the last year that his party was in charge. And as for agreement with France, that he doesn't seem to want to talk about very much, I actually asked him about exactly this when I was Home Affairs Select Committee Chair and he was the Immigration Minister back in 2020. And I specifically asked him, what chance do you put on being able to get a bilateral agreement, say with France, for them to take back people who have arrived here from France? And he said, 5 years ago, that's what he was working on. Indeed, he told the committee, one of our priorities will be to reach those agreements, and it is, I think, strongly in the French national interest to agree such a returns agreement. That gives me significant cause for optimism. Well, turns out he should have been optimistic about the return of a Labour government reaching an agreement where he failed. Here's what he also said. He said, we intend to return as many illegal immigrants who have arrived by small boats as possible. We have flights planned in the coming days to return these individuals back to France, and we will be looking to ramp up this activity. Well, that was 5 years ago. Flights never went. The activity was never ramped up. The Shadow Foreign Secretary tried to return people to France. The Shadow Justice Secretary tried to return people to France. The Shadow Justice Secretary even called for the UK to, quote, take one asylum seeker from France in return for every one illegal migrant that we return to them. Or indeed, more than one. He said more than one. And as for interception in shallow waters, he said when he was immigration minister, some boats that are just 250 yards away from the French coast have just not been stopped by the authorities. This must change. I agree. But that was 5 years ago, and he didn't change a thing. Because they never understood that you don't change things just by jumping up and down and shouting about them. It needs partnership working and hard graft. That's what this government has done.
Bedford.
Deputy Speaker, can I congratulate the Prime Minister and my right honourable friend on succeeding in agreeing a deal with France. It just shows that treating people with respect can actually result in positive action, and treating them with contempt in the way that the Conservatives did throughout this issue was never going to provide a solution. But can she confirm that those 4 volunteers that the government paid to send to Rwanda, that each of them was paid by the British taxpayer £150,000 to provide free housing, free university education and free private healthcare? Who approved that funding within the department? Was it the Shadow?
Well, I can confirm that the deal that the previous government did with Rwanda involved paying £150,000 for every individual individual to cover food and accommodation and healthcare, as he said, for 5 years. So those bills do continue. There was a concern raised by the accounting officer, so a direction had to be given on the basis that the ministers were advised it was not value for money, but they continued regardless.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Lisa Smart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for advance sight of her statement. We all want to stop these dangerous channel crossings that first ballooned under the former Conservative government. Cross-border cooperation will be key to achieving this, and there's clearly a lot of work needed after the Conservatives ripped up the returns agreement that allowed us to send irregular migrants back to Europe. I was very interested to hear the Shadow Home Secretary quote President Macron, and he was a little bit selective in his quote, though. He didn't quite mention the section of President Macron's remarks that attributed this problem to the Brexit deal the last Conservative government cooked up. This deal is a step in the right direction, and I sincerely hope it works. But people will be understandably sceptical that such a small scheme will act at this stage as an effective deterrent. Questions still need to be answered around how and when the UK and French governments will decide to scale up the pilot, so I'd welcome some more details from the Home Secretary on this. Of course, deals like this are only part of the solution. The Home Secretary mentioned, among other things, placing officers within Europol. But will she commit to negotiating a stronger leadership role for the UK in Europol to make it easier to crack down on the trafficking gangs behind these crossings? And does the Home Secretary acknowledge that we won't be able to fully take the power out of the hands of these gangs until we provide regulated entry for genuine refugees to the UK? One of the best deterrents to put people off the idea of coming here in the first place is for all asylum applications to be processed quickly, so that those who are granted refugee status can integrate and contribute to our community, and for those with no right to be here to be sent back swiftly. Could the Home Secretary update the House on the average time it takes to process an asylum application after arrival on British shores, and how has that changed over the past year? Until the government acts on these points, I hope it doesn't, but I fear it risks repeating the Conservatives' mistakes and failing to get to grips with this problem, something we all want them to do.
Home Secretary.
Well, I thank the honourable member for her questions. The Prime Minister and French President set out their expectation that we will be able to operationalise this and to begin the pilot in the coming weeks. The numbers will vary, and it is a pilot that will need to be developed, and we will need to trial different approaches as part of it, and I think that is the right and sensible approach. But the principle underpinning this is the right one, which is that we should be returning people who have paid money to criminal gangs to come on this dangerous journey that puts other people's lives as well as their own at risk on small boats and undermines our border security as well, in exchange for taking people who apply legally, who are more likely to be genuine refugees, who have been through security checks, or who are prioritising people who have a connection with the UK. It also is a way to help undermine the business model of the criminal gangs who tell people that there is no way to be returned to France or to any other country if they get on one of these dangerous small boats, and they use that as part of their advertising, and that is something we should be seeking to undermine. She's right, of course, it has to be alongside stronger law enforcement, and that is the stronger cooperation that we have already been building, including the new prosecution and investigation unit in Dunkirk to work with our National Crime Agency and also our Border Security Command as well, and we are also significantly speeding up asylum decision-making, bringing the backlog down. We also need action to speed up the appeals system, because the appeals area is the area that is causing delays as a result of the broken system that we inherited.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We didn't have small boat crossings 10 years ago, as the Home Secretary points out, and a large part of the reason is because we left the EU without any returns agreement or asylum organisation incorporated in the withdrawal agreement. Right. So can the Home Secretary, on a point of clarification, confirm that this is actually a completely unprecedented step that an EU country has allowed returns from out with the EU's external borders? And can I also note that this comes on the back of a very highly successful state visit from President Macron. We've come a long way from thinking a Prime Minister questioning whether it's friend or foe. Oh, yeah. Macron is our friend and our foe is the people smugglers. But can I ask the Home Secretary about the pilot? What are her parameters for success? How does she envisage it scaling up? And how does she envisage the UK-EU relation will have to adapt in the future to accommodate it if successful?
Secretary.
Well, I can tell my honourable friend that we will want to develop this over time. We will do so in partnership with France, because he is right that we will secure this cooperation together and have an impact together, just as successive governments, in fact, through the years, strengthened security cooperation with France through juxtaposed controls, through different border security arrangements and checks around lorries, around clandestine journeys, and that cooperation strengthened our border security. It's just not been done on small boats, and that's what this agreement was all about. It was about building that security cooperation that we've done in the past but haven't been done on small boats. That is what is so important now, and we will build that cooperation, because we will best strengthen our border security by working with countries on the other side of those borders who face exactly the same challenges, as far better than just standing on the shoreline shouting at the sea.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I always try and avoid rhetoric in this matter, and I can fully concede that my party lost significant numbers of MPs because of our failure to deliver on a number of issues prior to the election. That bit is agreed. But I've listened very carefully to the Right Honourable Lady. I've listened to what she said about stronger partnerships, stronger law enforcement action, and groundbreaking returns agreements. But does she not recognise that the scale of the problem, as evidenced by the numbers since the general election, and the scale of public concern, requires a much bigger solution than what is proposed? And without a significant deterrent of a much bigger scale, much sooner, she is not going to fix this problem to public satisfaction.
Home Secretary.
Well, no one should be making these dangerous boat crossings. They undermine border security and they put lives at risk. What we've seen is the change in the way that the criminal gangs have been operating over the last 6 months. Firstly, to increase the overcrowding, substantially increase the number of people on boats. That is putting more lives at risk. And secondly, to ensure they exploit the French rules about not intervening in French waters by loading the boats in French waters. That's why we've seen some of those disgraceful scenes, people crowding onto those boats from the water. That's why we have to tackle those issues. That's why the UK is changing our law so that we can prosecute people who are endangering other people's lives by climbing onto these overcrowded boats, and why France has instigated this French maritime review so that they can intervene in French waters. The French Interior Minister and I have been working on these developments over several months, and I think it's right that we build that cooperation. It's also right that there's no single silver bullet. What we need is that comprehensive action on every single aspect of this in order to make a difference, to strengthen our border security and save lives.
Stella Creasy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Home Secretary shares my frustration that actually we could have been much further along with the returns agreement, because apparently the Shadow Immigration Minister admitted to a Conservative Party members' meeting in May that before we left the European Union, his government had worked out that we wouldn't be able to return people under the hard Brexit deal that they were providing. Given the progress that we've made in now getting a returns agreement, could she just outline for us what this will mean for somebody applying from France? Because this is going to be a safe route, and therefore it's a very welcome movement for those of us who recognise the horrors in Calais and the limbo that we leave people in, and the importance of using this to dissuade people from getting onto a dangerous boat, because there is a legal mechanism that they could be used to reuniting with their families.
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend's question is an important one, and we will set out the precise detail in the immigration rules once the final arrangements are ready to operationalise. That will set out the way in which people will be able to apply from France. They will need to have proper identification and also to go through security checks. Once people have applied, we will then set prioritisation decisions, including around whether people have connections to the UK, also whether people have are most likely to be from those countries which are most likely to be refugees, and also most likely to be targeted by the smuggler and trafficking gangs, and we will set out that detail in due course. But part of the reason for this being the one-for-one is because it has to also go alongside the returns to France for people who get onto these illegal boat crossings and end up paying huge amounts of money to fuel the criminal smuggler industry, and also to make sure that we simultaneously strengthen our border security as well as saving lives.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a grubby, grotesque little deal which in itself trades in lives on a selection of who qualifies for this one-in, one-out basis. This gimmick means we will now have different classes of the wretched, and it does nothing to address the crises that compel so many people to make these dangerous journeys in the first place. It is a gimmick doomed to fail, and it simply will not work. But there's one thing that could smash the gangs in one simple blow, and that is to establish safe and legal routes that have worked so perfectly in the past for people to come to this country.
Secretary.
Well, I have to say to him, the small boat crossings are dangerous. They put lives at risk. We have seen people drowning and also being crushed to death on these overcrowded boats. And that's being driven and organised by criminal gangs who will do anything they can to profit from these dangerous journeys. And I just say to him, the whole point about having the one-to-one approach with France is that we have an agreement. That means that we will return people who come on those dangerous boat crossings, who pay money to the criminal gangs and frankly should be returned or should be part of the returns arrangements, and in return we will take those who apply lawfully, who go through the application process, who go through security checks. I think that principle is the right one. The UK, as we've shown through Ukraine and through Hong Kong, will always do its bit to help those fleeing persecution and conflict. However, we also think there should be much stronger enforcement, and we should not have this illegal migration that undermines border security and puts lives at risk in the Channel.
Jacob Collier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, under the Tories we had Liz Truss question whether France was actually an ally. So to hear last week President Macron's words, it's nice that Britain has friends once again. In the 340 weeks that the party opposite were in charge of this small boats crisis, they sent no one back to France and just 4 people back to Rwanda, stuffed with cash in their pockets. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that the way that we get results is working with international partners and not berating them?
Yeah. Well, I do think we should be working with international partners. That is how we will get the cooperation, because if criminal gangs operate across borders, then of course we need governments and law enforcement to cooperate across borders to take those gangs down, and also to get returns in place as well. The Conservatives did claim that they were going to get those bilateral returns agreements in place. That's what they claimed in 2020, that's what they claimed in 2021, that's what they claimed for years. That's what they claimed again in 2023, that was what they would seek to do. But they failed year after year to do it, because all they did was shout at France and at other countries instead of actually doing the hard graft to get agreements in place.
Sir John Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is about principle and practice. The principle is that every country has both the right, indeed the duty, to secure its borders, and in practice ours have become porous. Now, I agree with the Home Secretary that global instability continues to drive illegal migration. I agree with her that we need cooperation upstream, and I agree with her that previous governments have done far too little. But the scale of this problem requires more than she's offering today. The trend is up. If it continues, 85,000 people will cross illegally, each one knowing that they're coming here illegally. This requires much more emphatic action. Everyone who comes should be incarcerated. All those that can be returned should be. And we must recognise that the asylum system is being gamed on an industrial scale. So will she answer this very straightforward question? What evidence does she have that hostile states and organised criminals are using this as a route to get people in this country to do still more harm?
Home Secretary.
Well, let's be clear, we need action right across the board, from the prevention, working in partnership with countries like Iraq, for example, that we are strengthening, right through to the law enforcement and increased action on the criminal gangs, and also the border security itself, action along the French coast and in the Channel, in French waters, and also the returns arrangements and strengthening returns arrangements and action here in the UK, whether that be on illegal working or whether that be on reforms to the asylum system. And I do think that we also need to be clear that there have to be strong standards around issues around criminality. Anybody who comes to the UK through whatever route needs to abide by our laws, and that needs to be enforced. But he will be aware we have put in place new measures to strengthen the criminality checks in the asylum system, to have much stronger action as part of the Borders Bill. I hope he would support it rather than voting against it.
Joe White.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I welcome that we have a Home Secretary who's willing to do what it takes to stop those small boats? Now, the French are claiming that the ability to work illegally in the UK is what motivates those people who are willing to take that dangerous journey across the Channel. Would the Home Secretary agree, and can she outline the action she is taking to crack down on illegal working and destroying those incentives?
My honourable friend is right, because it has been way too easy to work illegally in this country for far too long. And that is why, since the election already, we've increased the illegal working raids by 50%, we've increased the arrests for illegal working by 50%, and we've increased the penalties for employers who are exploiting illegal migration, undercutting responsible and respectable businesses. We've increased those penalties by a third since the election as well. But we have to go further. And in particular, we know that this is being exploited in the gig economy, where there aren't proper checks in place. So we will change the law, and we're bringing in a new law to involve crackdown in the gig economy alongside the surge of immigration enforcement activity and biometric checks to be able to check people's fingerprints and check who they are on the spot. We have to have that stronger enforcement and also the stronger rules in place. It's a real shame that the opposition parties, Conservatives and Reform, voted against those illegal working rules.
Dr. Andrew Murison.
Madam Deputy Speaker, does the Home Secretary agree with President Macron's analysis last week that the reason people want to come here is because the UK is perceived as being attractive to illegal migrants, what he referred to as the pull factors, and what one of his MPs referred to as Britain being El Dorado? If she does agree with the French President, what is she doing to reduce those pull factors?
Well, as I just set out in the previous answer, I do think, frankly, it has been too easy to work illegally in this country for too long. And we know that one of the things that the criminal gangs say to people is it will be easy to get a job. They even will give people discounts if they can come and work for those same criminal gangs operating in the UK. So we know that that is part of the way that the criminal gangs advertise and try and promote their dangerous and illegal business. That's why we cannot stand for this kind of illegal working. It's why not only are we increasing the raids, not only are we increasing arrests up by 50% just in the space of this year compared to the previous year when his party was in power, and we are strengthening the law. I really hope he will urge his party to support this law rather than continually voting against it.
Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the work the Government and Home Secretary has done to get this arrangement with France and for the Border Security Bill, which has those anti-terror style powers to help tackle the crossings. And as she's sort of already outlined, dealing with some of these delivery companies who are continuing to hire people who arrive on these boats is absolutely critical. Now, I know she said she's been in legislation to do this and make it illegal. Can she confirm that this will be robustly implemented? Because it's these delivery companies, and we all know who they are, who are frankly incentivising the boat crossings and ultimately threatening our national security.
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right, because we know that although some of the delivery companies have said that they will do stronger checks, in practice it's just not happening, and our immigration enforcement teams are finding too many cases when they go and do the raids where those rules are being broken and people are working who have no right to do so and who are here illegally as well. That's why we're increasing the raids, that's why we're increasing the arrests, but why we also have to change the law so that those, whether it be delivery companies or other organisations in the gig economy, have to take some responsibility and not just find that they are making profit from exploiting illegal migration, which in the end fuels the work of criminal gangs.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
War, persecution and climate change means that more and more people are fleeing their homes for their own safety. The Home Secretary talks of the need for comprehensive action on every single aspect of this, yet her government has cut international aid by £6 billion, while the US government has cut its own so drastically that it could result in 14 million preventable deaths by 2030. Does she not agree that without adequate international aid and cooperation to tackle such factors at their source, we are simply setting ourselves up for more humanitarian crises and more migration pressures?
Well, the honourable member will know the difficult decision we have had to take around overseas aid in order to ensure that we can increase the defence investment that we need to keep our country safe. But she's also right that we need to work internationally in order to prevent dangerous journeys, but in order to make sure that people can get sanctuary and support without having to make dangerous journeys in the first place. And that kind of international cooperation to do so, whether it be through the kinds of resettlement schemes that we have run through Ukraine, for example, or through much more targeted work closer to home, it's that international cooperation that matters.
Oliver Ryan.
Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the Home Secretary's action today? She's taking this problem seriously, producing serious solutions and a serious strategy. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's now 80 days since the member for Clacton told the world on social media, and I quote, Reform UK's policy team has drafted comprehensive strategy for the deportation of illegal migrants. Can I ask the Home Secretary if she's seen that strategy yet, or indeed any detail on their plans? The Frenchman Jules Verne wrote that Phileas Fogg travelled the world in 80 days, and does she think the Leader of Reform has been too busy, perhaps, travelling the world, flogging gold, selling cameos, to produce any such strategy at all?
Well, you're right, certainly he has been travelling around the world, sadly not here today once more when we are discussing these issues in Parliament. Look, if Reform was serious about being able to take action against the criminal gangs, then why on earth do they vote against the counter-terrorism powers to go after them in the first place? And sadly, their approach to one in, one out seems to simply be about their parliamentary party.
Kit Malthouse.
Deputy Speaker, I have to say I've been a bit taken aback by the lack of humility shown by the Home Secretary in the face of what has been a catastrophic first 12 months in terms of crossing numbers. It might have been better for her to acknowledge that Smash the Gangs, which she was always told was going to be a complete failure, has indeed been so. But I suppose we should be grateful that she's finally reached for the briefing notes left in the Home Office and in number 10, not about a returns agreement, but about a SWATs agreement. And I do, I suppose, offer her congratulations on getting that deal over the line with the French. However, she will know that it's only going to be effective, and I disagree with her about it being a silver bullet. I do think this has always been the only solution. She will know it will only be effective if we can get to a very high percentage of returns to France. So 2 questions. First of all, what further incentive could she offer to the French to go beyond this relatively small pilot? And given that if we're offering swaps and the theory is no one will then cross, would she be willing to go to, say, a 2-for-1 swap? And secondly, as she pointed out, the gangs will react. So does she plan to cut a similar deal with the Belgians?
Home Secretary.
So, first of all, I think I disagree with him on the issue around the criminal gangs, because I think whatever you do, you have to have much stronger enforcement on the criminal gangs. Otherwise, whatever arrangements are put in place, if the criminal gangs are just given free rein to be able to do whatever they want, they will find other ways around any arrangement, and they will find other ways to make money. So it's crucial that as part of any action that we take, we need a stronger enforcement against criminal gangs. And the National Crime Agency has delivered a 36% increase in high-impact disruptions in the last 12 months compared to the year before, and building that partnership with other European countries in order to be able to go further. But I do recognise the Honourable Member has argued for one-for-one returns before, and he has done so when other people were not doing so, and so I recognise the way he has argued for this and also argued for innovative approaches. And I agree with him. We, of course, want to develop this, but we need to start with a pilot arrangement that allows both the UK and France to trial things in a way that we have never done before. The previous government always made grand claims that somehow everything was going to be solved in the next 3 days, and then failed, repeatedly failed, because they didn't build up the credibility and the plans and build up a systematic approach working in partnership. That's what I think we need to do.
Olivia Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I applaud the Shadow Home Secretary for his valiant attempt to sound outraged this afternoon. But isn't the truth that while they picked fights on the world stage, this government has rebuilt relationships and delivered a groundbreaking returns agreement that they would have given their eye teeth for? Does the Secretary of State agree with me that while sound and fury may make the members opposite feel better, it is this government that is systematically getting on with the job of stopping the boats?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right that it is clear that the previous government did try at different stages to do the kinds of things that we are setting out. But the trouble is they allowed the relationship with France to deteriorate to such a point that at different points they were doing diplomacy by social media, by different tweets at each other. That did not get practical agreements in place. The work we have done does provide practical arrangements that we can build on and we can trial different approaches. It's important that we do. That is the best way to strengthen our border security, and it is what successive governments previously had done until recent years.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've never heard such pathetic drivel in all my life from the Home Secretary and backbenchers. Of course, it's not the people smugglers bringing the illegal migrants over the Channel, it's the French warships who transport them halfway, give them to British border security. They then bring them to our shores, put them in buses and take them to hotels. The real people smugglers are the French authorities and the British authorities. So does she agree with me that the British Border Force should take these illegal migrants straight back to France?
Home Secretary.
Well, no one should be making these dangerous boat crossings. It undermines border security and puts lives at risk. I would just say to him, if he really cares about stopping boats and stopping the criminals that organise them, why has he and his party repeatedly voted against bringing in counter-terrorism powers to go after the gangs? Why have they repeatedly voted against the new laws around illegal working to clamp down on people in the gig economy? Why has he repeatedly voted against stronger laws to have stronger and higher standards, against criminality in our asylum system? Time and again, they just vote against because they don't actually want to solve the problem. They just want to moan about it. They don't actually want to change anything with France, to get France to intervene in French waters, as this government has been working to get France to do. Instead, all they want to do is shout at the sea.
Yeah. Paul Wall. An Egyptian economic migrant named Obaida was interviewed by the BBC in Calais. He said he tried and failed 4 times to cross the Channel, but he said that since the Prime Minister's agreement with President Macron, he was now giving up. And I quote, "I don't want to go to Britain anymore because they're making it much harder for us. Every time we try, they deflate our boats and remove the engine. If they make it even harder, I'll stop trying." Doesn't that prove that this new deal to send migrants back to France can be a genuine deterrent, unlike the last government's pathetic attempt to claim credit for it?
Home Secretary.
Well, my honourable friend is right. What we need to do is the action on the boats in shallow waters, the action on the criminal gangs and on preventing people before they reach the French coast in the first place. And we also need the ability to return people to France as part of this new agreement, and the stronger action to stop people working illegally here in the UK as well. At every stage, we need action in each of these different areas. That is hard graft. It's not about gimmicks, it's about the hard graft, but that is the way we'll strengthen our border security and save lives.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the Home Secretary is an intelligent woman, and she must realise that this UK-France migration cooperation is a drop in the ocean when, since it was announced, another 1,375 people have made that dangerous and illegal crossing. So can she confirm to the House that one of the other things that she is working on, she may not like Rwanda, but is she working on finding another safe third country where 100% of people who cross the Channel illegally can be processed?
Home Secretary.
Well, I would say to her, I think the agreement that we have reached is a fundamentally different approach and is groundbreaking, and it's something that I have discussed with the Interior Minister in France for many months, but it's something that UK governments have been working to try and do for around 5 years and not achieved it. So this is a first step. It is an important one. It's a very important one in terms of establishing the principles, both around returns and around the stronger law enforcement cooperation as well. We have also said we will work with other European European countries on looking at different approaches, including returns hubs, including different innovative and novel approaches. There are other European countries who are interested in working with us on similar and different kinds of approaches, and we will continue to do so.
Colin Naismith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In her earlier remarks, the Home Secretary referenced the memo that the Shadow Justice Secretary wrote in March 2023, proposing exactly the kind of one-in, one-out deal that this government has now secured. And I was struck in that memo by the assertion that that kind of scheme would, I quote, quickly break the business model of the smugglers. So does the Home Secretary agree with me that the party opposite looks utterly partisan, petty and two-faced as they now decide to oppose in public exactly the kind of deal that they were arguing for in private when in government?
Yeah, I think my honourable friend is exactly right. Things that the Conservative Party tried and failed to deliver when they were in government, suddenly they want to just oppose now, because in the end that's the situation, that's the hole they've got themselves into. That instead of wanting to be practical and serious about different measures step by step that can make a difference, instead they just want to oppose everything and just actually fail to solve the problem but just moan about it instead.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I welcome these important first steps announced today by the Home Secretary, and also her commitment to working with wider European partners. But I wonder if she could assure us about what safeguards have been put in place to ensure that international law is respected and the rights of genuine asylum seekers have been protected.
Secretary.
Well, as the honourable member will be aware, by doing this work with France, France is a country that abides by international law, where we have a long history of cooperation in a whole series of different areas around security, around different policy issues over very many years. All of them are compliant with international law, and we will continue to ensure that that is the case.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to applaud the Home Secretary on the months of hard work, serious negotiation that resulted in this deal. We now have a real deterrent that the party opposite failed for many years to secure for my constituents and across the country. But these deals make it more important that we keep pushing the strength of our domestic response to the smuggling gangs and illegal working. So there's two questions. First off, can the Home Secretary confirm to my constituents that the Metropole Hotel in my constituency will close as an asylum hotel by this government before the next election? And can she confirm when she expects the border security bill to become law, and would it help if the party opposite and Reform actually supported this bill so we can get the job done?
Secretary.
Well, I can tell him we are committed to ending asylum hotels as over the course of this Parliament. We also will continue to roll out this pilot programme so that we can develop it in order to be able to tackle both returns and dangerous boat crossings. And as for the Borders and Immigration Bill, it is really important, has a whole series of really important measures in it. We would be able to get it through Parliament much, much faster if the Conservatives decided to support it.
Julia Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I fear it's another week, another fig leaf from this government on small boat crossings, which are up 40% under Labour. Now, I hope this French deal works, but as my right honourable friend for North West Hampshire says, the numbers of returns need to be very, very substantial, not just a modest pilot, but we also now wait to hear from the EU about whether it's going to actually approve this very modest UK-French migration deal. We know from experience that the EU tends not to give such approval without extracting a heavy price. So can the Home Secretary guarantee that the UK will not be signing up to any element of the EU Pact on Migration and Asylum when it launches next year, which could see us accepting much larger asylum transfers from the continent?
Home Secretary.
Well, what I can say to the honourable member is that we have been working with the EU Commission. We have shared, and so too has France, we have shared details on these proposals over many months as we have been developing them. The EU Commission has been very supportive, and indeed that's why in the UK-EU reset it does explicitly say that the EU Commission, the EU, will support action to tackle the dangerous boat crossings in the Channel and to prevent that illegal migration as well, because this is something that we have worked on for some considerable time. So we will continue to develop those partnerships with France and to make sure that we work closely with other countries, because we share the same challenges with these criminal gangs operating right across Europe, and that's why we need to act together.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement? It was a real pleasure to hear President Macron's address last week with members from across this House and indeed the other place as well. Does the Home Secretary agree with me that it doesn't take Jules Maigret to realise that to tackle this issue both effectively and humanely, and I think back to that terrible image of that boy dead on that beach, and we shouldn't forget the human cost of these small boat crossings, we must work with our French allies?
Home Secretary.
My honourable friend is right, and one of the stories that still haunts me is of a little girl who was crushed to death in one of the small boats because of the scale of overcrowding and the way in which these boats, frankly, are dangerous. So as well as the risk of drowning, we have seen people crushed as a result of the overcrowding. And that is why we have to do everything we can to prevent these dangerous crossings, but also make sure that really across the world there are systems of sanctuary for those who have fled persecution. The criminal gangs exploit people's desperation, and they should not be allowed to do so.
Carla Denyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Secretary of State explain to us what happens if one in, one out works? Because if the goal is to stop small boat crossings and it's successful, then the outside of the equation drops to zero, which means the inside of the equation also needs to drop to zero, and that means the UK will have just got rid of the small sliver of a safe and regulated route scheme that it had just created. Doesn't the Secretary of State think that if we did that, that would be more likely to push people back to small boats and people smugglers?
Secretary.
I'm not fully sure about the logic of her argument. She seems to be arguing that if the scheme works, then it won't work. I think that is what she seemed to be arguing. Look, I think we should be doing everything to prevent these dangerous boat crossings. We will continue, as we have done through the Ukraine scheme, through the support for Hong Kong, to ensure that the UK does its bit to help those fleeing persecution. And indeed, for example, we made reference in the Immigration White Paper to refugee study opportunities for people to be able to come study at our universities as well. But I would just say to her, I think these dangerous boat crossings, this is so damaging. It really does undermine our border security. It really does undermine the credibility of the whole system. So we do have to make sure we take action to prevent those boat crossings.
Can I thank the Home Secretary for her statement this afternoon? I'll allow a few moments for the front benches to swap over. We now come to a statement on the future of the Post Office. Minister Gareth Thomas.
With your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement on the Green Paper that we are publishing today on the future of the Post Office. Post offices have stood as a cornerstone of British national life for generations, serving constituents in every part of the UK. They are a lot more than just places to send letters or collect parcels. They are hubs of economic and social activity. They are a lifeline to small businesses. They provide access to essential services, including everyday banking services. They're a critical part of our high streets. They have a unique role in rural areas, particularly permanent branches, and act as the beating heart of communities. In recent years, however, the need for change has become clear. 12 months ago, we inherited a post office in crisis, declining financial sustainability, unstable leadership, a network struggling to maintain services, a reputation shattered by the Horizon scandal and its appalling treatment of sub-postmasters, as Sir Win Williams' first report last week underlined only too clearly. This government is determined to strengthen the post office network, and today's Green Paper begins a national dialogue on the future of the post office so that we can create a modern, resilient and financially sustainable organisation. We recognise that the post office, just like other postal services around the world, faces significant challenges. Challenges driven in no small part by changing consumer habits, fuelled by the digital transition, by changing high streets and a changing economy. We want a post office network that the public uses, values and above all trusts. We want branches to be visible on the high street and in all communities, in rural and urban areas, offering a wide range of in-person services. I do not believe people are ideologically wedded to a smaller or bigger post office. They just want a post office that works for them, for their businesses and their communities. Our preferred approach is for the overall size and shape of the post office network to remain the same so that we minimise the impact on communities. We want to strengthen post office branches, to modernise them and to expand what they do. There are, though, a range of strong views on the post office network, so we will carefully consider all the views put to us about the network's future. We need a post office that not only preserves its role in providing vital services to communities, but also embraces the needs of modern Britain. The challenges are significant. Many branches are not profitable for the postmasters running them. Average weekly customer sessions have declined by 34% since 2007, and the shift to online services continues. While some services such as parcel drop-offs and banking transactions are growing, others, like government services, have seen significant decline. But we are also seeing innovation across the network. Drop and collect branches are being rolled out to meet the growing demand for parcel services. Over 160 banking hubs are now operational, with a commitment to 350 by the end of the Parliament. And as the banks continue to close branches, we are keen to support the Post Office to improve and develop the banking services it provides. Working with our Treasury colleagues, we will be hosting joint discussions on this issue with Post Office and the banking sector in the coming months. Above all else, we know the Post Office needs stability, which we are committed to providing. We're backing that commitment with over £500 million of investment during this Parliament, including this financial year up to £136 million to invest in new technology and to replace Horizon. Horizon should have gone long ago. Instead, it will be many months yet before it is replaced. Fujitsu should have been part of the Post Office's grim past, not its current and immediate future. We are determined to end the use of Horizon and to draw a line under Fujitsu's involvement with the Post Office. The task of replacing Horizon is hugely complex. It has been embedded within the Post Office network for more than 2 decades and remains critical to the delivery of the essential services that many of our constituents depend on from the Post Office. Never again must we allow the Post Office to put blind faith in its technology. We will support the implementation of the Post Office's transformation plan, which aims to make the company more efficient, enabling it to continue offering cash and banking services in the coming years. We will also fund innovative equipment for postmasters to help customers beat the queues. Indeed, this plan aims to achieve operational and financial stability by 2030 and includes a commitment to boost annual postmaster incomes by £250 million by the end of the decade. Already a £20 million uplift has been delivered in 2024-25, with £66 million planned for this financial year. Madam Deputy Speaker, after all the Post Office has put its people through, it is now essential that it reorientates its culture towards postmasters, involving them in central decision-making. The first steps have been taken with the creation of a consultative council and the election of postmaster non-execs. I am acutely aware that there are those who say that more is needed, and indeed that's why in this Green Paper we're exploring options for further strengthening these structures. Longer term, we are open to more fundamental reforms. 2 ideas that have been put to us include the potential mutualisation of the Post Office, giving postmasters and communities a much greater stake in the organisation, and a charter model that separates the government's role in setting the purpose from the board's role in running the business. We will assess other suggestions people have for the Post Office's long-term future, including suggestions on the Post Office's future commercial direction, such as closer working between Royal Mail and the Post Office. These are not conversations perhaps for the moment, but we want to begin the debate and conversation now, so that we are ready to act when the time is right. The Green Paper is an important step towards rebuilding trust in the Post Office and embedding a culture of transparency, accountability and compassion. It is important to stress that no decisions on changes to governance arrangements will be made until after the inquiry's final report, to allow us all to consider Sir Wyn Williams' recommendations on governance issues, together with Green Paper responses. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reimagine the Post Office. The Green Paper is ambitious but grounded in reality. It asks difficult questions about how we ensure long-term sustainability whilst also protecting essential services. We want to hear from everyone with a stake in the Post Office's future. The Post Office must be modern, resilient and trusted. The Green Paper, I hope, is the first step in delivering that vision, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of his statement and note that the Post Office is really the Heineken of government services. It reaches parts of the UK that other arms of government do not reach. The Post Office is very much more than a business. It's a vital part of the UK's social and economic fabric. It connects communities, supports local economies, and ensures access to essential services across the country. From rural villages in constituencies like mine to inner cities, postmasters are trusted figures who provide a lifeline for people who rely on face-to-face services, particularly the elderly, the digitally excluded, and small businesses. It's a network that plays an increasingly important role delivering banking services and banking hubs as the traditional bank network continues to close. While the number of letters sent has declined and more government services are online or direct to bank accounts, there are areas where the Post Office is seeing strong growth. Bank deposits to post offices are up by 68%. Parcels are up by 68%, and tracked priority mail has risen by 72%. Now, the Minister did promise the government would publish the Green Paper on the Post Office in the first half of 2025, so I'm going to give him that. It was nearly there. The government clearly does, though, want to get this consultation out before recess, leading to a period over summer where there's arguably less parliamentary scrutiny. So I'd like to take this opportunity to encourage the wider public to respond to the consultation over the summer. It's a Green Paper that seeks to reduce the taxpayer subsidy over time. But of course, with 50,000 workers throughout Britain, the Post Office itself faces a £45 million hike in its bill from the National Insurance Jobs Tax. The post offices that are eligible for retail, hospitality and leisure business rates relief have seen a 140% increase in their business rates. And the Employment Rights Bill will cost the Post Office another £8 million. So no wonder Nigel Railton, the chairman of the Post Office, blamed the autumn budget for increasing costs and said that this was why the Post Office needs a fresh start. Now, the Minister told this House on the 8th of April, quote, access criteria have already been published that commit the government to provide 11,500 post offices. And the Minister has said in the Green Paper that his preference is to maintain the size of this network. So can the Minister commit today to there being 11,500 post office outlets at the end of this Parliament? Did the government consider in this Green Paper reducing the branch requirement? And if so, why did it change its mind? Was he advised by his officials that it would take a closure of 1 in 5 post offices to end the network subsidy? If that's not what he was told, then what was he told? Where is the cut-off point where there would need to be no further subsidy?
The Minister has said that they will consult on a change to access requirements as well, saying that it could be argued that they are too stringent. But for rural areas, they are not too stringent. For approximately 14% of the post office's branches, many in my constituency, they are the last shop in their village. So can the Minister confirm that rural branches will not be closed just for them to be replaced by ones in city centres? And does he not realise that for many rural areas, the post office is the only shop for miles around and therefore the only place where you can access free cash? And how much did the post office get from the framework agreement with the banks? Shouldn't they be getting a better and a longer term agreement? And how much will the government ask Fujitsu to pay towards that £2 billion estimated cost of compensating the wrongly accused postmasters over the Horizon system? The Minister appears to have kicked Post Office Mutual into the long grass. I can see why he wouldn't want to do it during the time of the inquiry, but could there be a pilot during the life of this Parliament? Post offices and postmasters who run them are the backbone of our local communities. So can I urge the public to take this opportunity to champion their local post office over this summer and reply to this summer consultation?
Minister.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for her encouragement to sub-postmasters and indeed anyone who's interested in the future of the Post Office to contribute their views to the Green Paper. As she rightly sets out, and as I hope I have underlined in my opening statement, and certainly the Green Paper is very clear on this, we think that the Post Office branches up and down the country are a vital part of our country's economic and social fabric, and we are determined to strengthen the Post Office network in order that they can play a continuing and even more effective role in our economic and social lives. She rightly, I think, underlined the significance of banking services going forward, and perhaps as an aside, she mentioned some of the other parts of Post Office's traditional roles which have been in decline. Letter volumes have halved since 2011, which helps in that sense, I think, to underline the significance of banking to the future of the Post Office. We are very clear that we think there is more that the Post Office could offer if the banks are willing to work with the Post Office. The successful completion of the banking framework negotiations was a very encouraging sign in that regard. And as I set out in my opening remarks, we are determined, along with Treasury colleagues, to sit down with the Post Office and with the banks to see what more we can do together. There is a commitment to 350 banking hubs over the lifetime of this Parliament. But if we could improve the way in which the banks work with the Post Office, perhaps we could see a much more significant role for the Post Office in terms of the provision of banking services on far more high streets up and down the UK. On national insurance contributions, I gently say to her, difficult decisions had to be made in the budget because of the financial situation that we inherited. But we have taken a range of decisions to steady the network, and I'm sure she is grateful to the Chancellor of the Exchequer for the additional finances that have been put aside to invest in the future of the Post Office. In terms of Fujitsu, she quite rightly says that Fujitsu, or underlines the broader point, that Fujitsu has a moral obligation to contribute towards the costs of the scandal. As I've said previously, we do need to wait for the final report from Sir Williams to understand the full sense of the culpability of Fujitsu. Perhaps lastly on mutualisation. As she alluded to, we do think that it is right that we concentrate in the short term on how to prioritise financial and operational stability of the Post Office, given the significant challenges that the Post Office has got. In the longer term, it may well be possible to make serious and sustained governance changes. I have a genuinely open mind on that question, and we'll look very carefully at what we receive back in terms of views on that question in the Green Paper.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome my honourable friend's statement and also the consultation on the Green Paper. Does he agree with me that we should see the withdrawal of banks from our high streets like mine in Eltham as an opportunity for the Post Office to expand what it can offer, particularly not just to individuals but to small businesses in local communities, and that we should see this as an opportunity rather than a burden on the post offices, and we should seek to maintain them wherever is possible?
Well, I agree very much with my honourable friend about the potential role the banks could play, even more so on our high street through working with the post office, and it is one of the areas that the post office senior management have identified as key to the post office's commercial future going forward. It's also one of the reasons why we have set aside significant sums of money to invest in new technology to make it easier to work with the banks to do even more going forward. I hope that banks and the financial services community will recognise that they have a considerable opportunity to do more in terms of providing services to all our constituents by actually working with the post office. And I look forward to sitting down with the post office and the financial services industry with Treasury colleagues to see whether we can take advantage of that opportunity.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for advance sight of the statement. The Liberal Democrats welcome today's announcement to put local post offices on a more sustainable footing. Post offices are such an important part of our local communities, providing a number of critical services on our local high streets, from community banking, foreign exchange and provision of DVLA services. And often these services act as a lifeline, especially for the elderly, those with limited transport options, or in those areas without reliable access to online services. Currently, 99.7% of the population live within 3 miles of a post office, and 4,000 of these branches are open 7 days a week. In the past 3 years, nearly 2,000 high street bank branches have closed across the UK, resulting in local post offices often being the only place that local communities can access banking services. But as the government brings forward its necessary reforms, it's vital that essential local services and post office jobs will be protected. So will the Minister assure me that no post office will be closed under this proposal until a consultation within each local community has been undertaken? And while we welcome increased digitisation of services, because they boost accessibility for those who don't have access to face-to-face services, and also productivity across our public sector, can I ask the Minister, with increased digitisation, how will the government ensure that post offices remain financially viable? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, I'm grateful to the honourable lady for her welcome for the Green Paper. She rightly underlines the significance of the post office, particularly to the digitally excluded, to the elderly, to people in rural areas. I recognise, too, given the other part of my ministerial brief for small businesses, just how important the post office is to small businesses up and down the UK too. She also underlined in her comments the significance of banking services for the post office. And I hope I have made very clear today that we think there is an opportunity to go even further in terms of bringing more banking services to all our communities through the post office. She asked about what happens when individual post office changes are being contemplated. There is a set of consultation arrangements that have been in place for some time that we're not seeking to change. Whenever there is an individual post office changes. I recognise it can be unsettling for local communities, and there is always an appetite for that post office branch to be put back in place as quickly as is possible. And it is therefore important that whenever such a change is contemplated, that the post office moves quickly to engage with local communities, including the honourable member of the House that represents that particular community. In terms of the finance of the post office, we have set aside at least £500 million over this Parliament to invest in the post office. In terms of the network, as I said, over half of the network is loss-making, and not enough money was being provided to the post office to fund the network. It's why we increased the funding to cover the loss-making part of the network last year, and have done so similarly again this year, and will continue to do so.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the Minister for his statement. As a fellow Labour and Co-op MP, can I welcome the inclusion of mutualisation in the long-term ideas for the Post Office? Does he agree with me that Post Offices, particularly in rural communities like Little Hallenbury in my constituency of Harlow, are a vital part of a community and therefore lend themselves to that kind of model of business?
Well, I commend my honourable friend for championing the particular post office branches in his constituency. He rightly underlines again the importance of post office branches in rural communities. They have an essential role in communities up and down the UK. On mutualisation, as he recognises, I have some history in this area, and I'm sympathetic to mutuals. I do think that it is important we address the challenges that the Post Office faces immediately in terms of its financial and operational sustainability before we contemplate long-term changes. There are risks with mutualisation, so we need to consider the pros as well as the cons before making any long-term change. But that's why I think the Green Paper is important, because it will allow that debate to begin.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. A number of semi-rural and suburban communities across my constituency, Newbridge, Blackhall, Rathall, have all lost their post offices recently. Also, their banks have gone, so there is a dearth of local facilities for people. But at the same time, the Horizon scandal has undermined public trust in those communities. So would the Minister agree with me that one of the main problems in protecting the post office, making it sustainable, is going to be that lack of public trust, and how is he going to overcome it?
Minister.
Well, the honourable lady is absolutely right that the reputation of the post office has taken a huge hit as a result of the post office scandal. And it will take a long time for that trust to return. There are a series of steps we have to take to rebuild that trust. There is the obvious challenge that the House considered last week of delivering redress to those who are victims of this appalling scandal. But there are also things we have to do to improve the trust between the existing postmasters in every community and the senior management of the post office going forward. In that regard, I think the fact that the post office have established a consultative council and a postmaster panel and are committed to improving postmaster remuneration are important first steps in that regard. The Green Paper provides an opportunity to think about what else the post office can do in that regard going forward.
Trina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been highlighted by others in the Chamber. My constituency is no different, where there's been subject to a number of significant number of bank closures and removals of ATMs. The post offices, whether it's in Cumbernauld, the precincts, or within the villages that are around it, is the one place where local communities and people can access cash. Given that so many businesses, small businesses, are still cash-first businesses, Can I just ask the Minister what he will do to make sure that this remains within the post office setting?
Well, I commend my honourable friend for championing both the post office in Cumbernauld in particular, but also the communities around her constituency that depend on it and the post office more generally. I think the most significant thing that we can do in terms of helping small businesses be able to access and deposit cash close to where they are operating is to continue to try and improve the banking services that are provided through the post office. I hope that the banking industry will seize the opportunity of this Green Paper to work with the post office and with government to explore what more collectively we can do together in that regard.
Claire Young. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In rural areas like my Thornbury and Yate constituency, it can be difficult to travel to post offices in towns due to a lack of buses. If the government is considering relaxing the distance and access criteria for post office provision, will they take this into account in setting new criteria?
Minister.
Well, if as I hope I have made clear in my opening statement, and as certainly as the Green Paper makes clear, our preference remains to keep the current size of the network and to maintain the access criteria. I would gently say there are strong views, including some within the sub-postmaster community on that particular question. But as I say, our preference at the moment is to maintain the current size of the network and the existing access criteria because of the significance of the post office to every community, rural and indeed urban too.
Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement this afternoon and for his clear recognition of the importance that the post office plays in rural constituencies such as mine. Sadly, residents in some of the remotest parts of my Carlisle constituency have been adversely impacted in recent months by the sudden closure of post office outreach services. However, the closure and outreach service is not currently subject to the same consultation requirements as those for a permanent branch. Will the Minister consider, as part of the proposals for the future of the Post Office, strengthening the requirements on the closure of outreach services?
Well, I'm very happy to consider any submission that my honourable friend wants to make to the Green Paper. Indeed, very happy to consider the thoughts and ideas of honourable members across the House. My honourable friend, though, specifically mentioned a particular issue in her constituency, and if it would be helpful, I'm very happy to meet with her to discuss that particular issue in more detail.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Scotland has seen an 8.3% decline in post offices, while London has actually seen an increase of 9.3% in the course of the past decade. Now, he will know that outreach offices will help people in rural areas and post offices thrive. The Green Paper recognises that, but the government seemed to dismiss this. So what is he going to do to help rural post offices? Is he going to reconsider his attitude and views towards outreach offices, and what's he going to do to decline the number of post office closures in Scotland?
Minister.
The most important thing I think we can do to help post office branches in rural areas, in Scotland and indeed more generally across the UK is to prioritise improving the commercial future of the post office. And in that regard, as I have alluded to, it is both important to invest in new technology. A replacement for Horizon is critical, but also to invest in technology so that the banks could, if, as I hope they will do, seek to provide more banking services into all our communities using the post office going forward. So I think the key priority for governments across the UK, if we're to improve the opportunities for every post office branch to serve better every community across the UK, is to improve the commercial fortunes of the post office. And the Green Paper sets out plans to do that, but I welcome views across the House on what more we can do in that regard.
Dr. Luke Haycraft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statement. He knows from questions that I've raised previously that I am concerned for the future of the Chesley Street post office because it's moving from a directly managed branch status to a franchise status. I also welcome what's going on with the post office in Stanley, which has become a much needed banking hub. Does the Minister agree with me that with a little bit more commercial flair and imagination about what services are provided, that actually the post office shouldn't be a business in retreat? It could actually play a really significant role in increasing footfall into high streets up and down the country and helping to turn around the decline of high streets and regenerate them.
Minister.
I think my honourable friend is absolutely right that with goodwill on all sides and with some financial and operational stability that I think we're beginning to see now in the post office, that there is a significant future ahead for the post office. And as he says, that the post office can continue to play a very important role in the process of reviving high streets. As I've said earlier, I think that the opportunity for banks to work with government and the post office to provide more banking services to all our constituents through the post office could play a key role in helping to revive the high street, as well as to meet the needs of all our constituents going forward too.
Caroline Voden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the election, 3 post offices in my constituency have closed in Churchstowe, Afton Gifford and Dittisham through resignation of postmasters and, in one case, the death of the local postmaster. Each time the post office has said it's carrying out a review, each time it very quickly decides to close the post office, and as you said yourself, the beating heart of these communities is then lost. In the case of Dittisham, residents now have to travel nearly 5 miles to the nearest branch. There is no bus. So for any elderly resident who doesn't drive, they literally can't go to the nearest post office. So will the Minister guarantee that while this consultation is ongoing, no more rural post offices will be lost, and that as part of the government's thinking, more flexibility could be built into the business model of the post office to allow innovative and enthusiastic potential postmasters who want to reopen the post offices in some of these villages can be allowed to do so?
Well, one of the crucial issues that we have considered as we developed the Green Paper was how to address the question of postmasters' remuneration, because in some communities the post office has really struggled to find people willing to take on the role of running a post office franchise. So I think it is important that the senior management of the post office have improved postmaster pay, £20 million last financial year, and a commitment to £66 million this financial year too, and a plan to go even further. I think that will make a significant difference, I hope, to the ability to find people to take on franchises, not just in urban areas, but in the rural areas that she describes too. She will forgive me that I don't know her constituency as well as she does, but if there are particular issues about the post office branch closures that she references that she wants to get in contact with me about, I'll be very happy to look at those issues.
Joe Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome the Minister's statement and the announcement of a national dialogue for the future of our post office. And as a co-op member, a fellow co-op member, I would welcome the model of mutualisation, which would suit our local branches well. But given the decline of Leeds High Street, the announcement of changes to our main post office was a major concern. So can the Minister reassure the staff in Lee that they won't lose their jobs as a result of franchising, and confirm whether the CWU has been fully consulted on the changes affecting our community?
Minister.
Well, I know my honourable friend has long been a proud member of the Co-op Party and interested in mutualisation, and I look forward to discussing the issues around mutualisation with her in due course. In terms of the discussions around the franchising of the remaining Crown post offices, some of those discussions are still very much ongoing, both with franchisees and local communities, and indeed specifically too around the arrangements for the staff. And the post office and the Communication Workers Union are continuing to talk to each other about how to manage the transition, and I welcome the positive dialogue that's taken place between both.
Helen Morgan.
Very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was pleased to hear the Minister say that the overall size and shape of the post office network should remain the same so that we can minimise the impact on communities. But in my North Shropshire constituency, the size and shape of the post office is rapidly shrinking because of the fundamental fragility of the way that it's set up. The retirement of a single sub-postmistress because of the rent going up on her shop has led to the closure of outreach services across the constituency, and the access criteria consider you to be within 3 miles of a post office. If that post office is an outreach service open for a single hour a week, it's not acceptable for rural communities, many of whom don't have a bus for many, many hours during the day. Will the Minister commit to looking at a sustainable model for rural post offices so that people can genuinely access cash and the other services they need, and particularly if they don't have a car?
Minister.
Well, I completely accept the significance of the post office in rural communities in particular, but it's equally essential that we have access to post office services in urban areas too. She references the fragility of the post office. And that's certainly the case in terms of finding, has been the case in certain communities, in being able to find postmasters willing to step forward and take on the role of running a post office franchise. That's why the initial steps the post office management have taken to increase postmaster remuneration are important in helping to make the task of running a post office more attractive. It's also, I think, why it's important that the post office has established a consultative council to properly look at all the issues around the way in which postmasters are consulted and involved in the big decisions about the future of the post office. Again, on the specific issues that her constituents face, if she thinks it would be useful, be very happy to speak to her separately to understand a little bit more about the specific problems that she's raised.
Tom Gordon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the Minister for his statement, and I'd like to add my thanks to our postmasters too, including Andrew Hart in my constituency. Last year, residents in Knaresborough faced a prolonged period of time without a post office service. I had extensive communication with post office officials around this issue about service continuity, minimum standards, types and awards of contracts, and I found the post office officials evasive when I asked them questions around this. These issues around governance, he rightly says, will be addressed in the inquiry, but I wondered how this might feed into the Green Paper consultation and whether he might meet with me to address some of my concerns about the issues that we were facing locally.
Minister.
Well, in principle, I'm very happy to meet with the honourable gentleman to discuss the issues around the post office branches in his constituency. He does give me the opportunity to take a moment to put on record my appreciation of the work that all our postmasters do. They are hugely important servants of all our communities and play a crucial role for all our constituents. So I'm grateful to him for the opportunity to do that. In terms of the Green Paper, it is an opportunity for people in rural areas as well as in urban areas to come forward with their views about the future of the post office, and I hope that all honourable members will encourage their constituents to think about taking this opportunity and taking a moment to send in their comments.
Andrew George.
Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the Minister has announced that the overall size and shape of the network will remain the same, and that he's also indicated in answer to questions that remuneration needs to be part of the consultation. He will know, because I've corresponded with him on the matter, that the towns of Porthleven and Newlyn in my constituency have been without post offices for a number of years now, and that's because no one is prepared to take them on at the remuneration levels that are available to them. Therefore, I wonder whether he'd be prepared to look at whether he sees these more as government offices and to expand their role in terms of information, connectivity and feedback across a number of government departments to actually build up the services that are available